Okay. I think we are live. Let me check really quick. I want to share the stream too, make sure everyone can see it. Yes, I believe so. And I want to share the link on Twitter as well. And posted. Boom. And let me check the audio really quick, see if everything sounds okay. Not too loud, not too low. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. So we are officially live. Welcome, everybody. How is it going? Happy Tuesday. A very exciting Tuesday for all of us Spider-Man fans for several reasons. For lots of exciting reasons, funny enough. Not just for Marvel's Spider-Man 2, but for a lot of cool things in the Spider-Man verse as it stands right now, both for movies and games. Lots of cool stuff, of course. The big one, as you see on screen right here, is the Spider-Man brand new day suit is officially added into Marvel's Spider-Man 2 for free from the one and only GOATs at Insomniac Games, including the suit in the game for no additional cost. Yes, for absolutely free. That is peak. That is absolutely awesome. And especially if you're a diehard fan of MCU Spider-Man. I have made a few videos in the past discussing my thoughts pertaining to MCU Spider-Man. No, I'm not a hater. I just despise Far From Home. But on the contrary to that, I do like Homecoming quite a bit because it is a different take on the character, despite the fact that he is pretty much Iron Man's protege in that movie, and he's trying to earn Iron Man's respect. I still think the direction that they went for the movie for a new take on the character worked, and of course the end of the movie, it all resolves itself because he steps down from wanting to impress Iron Man and focus on simply being a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, which I thought worked really well. Far From Home is the worst Spider-Man movie of all time. On any day of the week, I will fight you tooth and nail discussing why I believe that's the case. That movie is pure Disney Channel trash. Like Disney Channel movie, Spider-Man quality level, horrendous nonsense within Far From Home. And No Way Home is the best of the MCU Spider-Man movies thus far. And no, actually, it's not because of all of the prior Spider-Man films coming in to help it out with more quality, like, of course, Tobey Maguire, his villains, of course, Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin, which, in case you guys don't know, Spider-Man 1, actually, 2002, not Spider-Man 2, 2004, which a lot of people you hear say online, is their favorite Spider-Man movie, is 2004's Spider-Man 2. No, actually, for me, it's Spider-Man 1, 2002, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man is, without a doubt, hands down, no way in hell, I don't think, that any movie will change my opinion on that just because of how special of a movie that is in fact, Spider-Man 1, 2002 is still, to this day, my personal favorite Spider-Man movie of all time. I don't think anything will top that. Willem Dafoe, perfect casting as Green Goblin. I love the origin story, the entire, showcase of Uncle Ben with great power comes great responsibility. And Raimi was kind of the trendsetter with that because in the comics, it actually wasn't Uncle Ben who said that until the Ultimate Spider-Man comics, which started in the year of 2000. But in the classic, traditional, 1960s first debut, Amazing Fantasy 15, 1962 issue of Spider-Man, it was just the narration of with great power comes great responsibility. That movie is the trendsetter footnote within the Marvel Universe for me. Despite the fact that we had other Marvel movies before that, like Wesley Snipes' Blade, and the Fox X-Men movies, it really was the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy that put Marvel on the map when it comes to movies. And no, I'm not a Raimi fanboy, don't get that twisted, just like I'm not an Insomniac fanboy. I just prefer the Insomniac Spider-Man over all the other adaptations because it's my personal favorite version of the character, just like how I think Andrew, Toby, and Tom all have their different strengths when it comes to playing Spider-Man in live action. It's just my personal preferences, what I like to see in a Spider-Man story, and also a big factor that is also Mary Jane. I found her kind of not intolerable in Spider-Man 2, but I just think that the dynamic relationship between Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker and Kirsten Dunst's MJ in the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie is unmatched. And I understand that there's a lot of tension between them in Spider-Man 2 because she doesn't know he's Spider-Man. That's the whole point of the movie. But just the dynamic relationship and, of course, the upside-down kiss being as iconic as it is, that, sparked something in me as a kid. Just, of course, that was my also first introduction to Spider-Man in general, period, was that first movie. And then I dove into the games and the comics and everything. And here we are, of course, with this YouTube channel with over 130,000 subscribers, where we all live and breathe Spider-Man. We love the character, mainly the Insomniac version. But I love Spider-Man. Trust me. I've read pretty much all the comics. I've seen all the movies, definitely. And I have a lot of passion for the character in live action. But considering how great of a job the games and the animated movies, the Spider-Verse movies, have been able to breathe new life into the Spider-Man character in these recent years, A Brand New Day for me has a lot to live up to. And of course, you see this all the time, by the way, which is why I'm not thinking about anything that the reviewers are saying online. They're already saying that Brand New Day is the best Spider-Man movie of all time. Don't believe what they say, because they say that about every single Spider-Man movie that released, especially Far From Home when that released, which was absolute trash in my opinion. So I'm not trusting anything that these critics say until I see the movie for myself, which by the time I'm streaming this, it is July 28th. I will personally be watching Spider-Man Brand New Day in theaters on Thursday, July 30th at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Sadly, if you guys know me from my channel, I usually review Spider-Man movies with my dad. He is currently out of town right now for work purposes, so I will sadly not be seeing it with my dad in the theater, and even my mom, she's busy too doing stuff as well. So I'm kind of like Peter Parker, funny enough, in a way, in Spider-Man Brand New Day, where I'm alone. I'm just me watching Spider-Man Brand New Day by myself in theaters. But the theater is packed. The theater is already sold out with all the tickets, and I'm going to be seeing it in 2 days. So I'm going to be, obviously going in with some very high expectations, especially considering that this is post No Way Home era, post Endgame era. So there's a lot of stuff going on within the context of the movie. Also, a lot of characters in the movie, which, by the way, if people seem to have a complaint about Spider-Man 3 being overstuffed with New Goblin, Sandman, and Venom, then I don't know how the hell people are saying that Spider-Man Brand New Day is the best Spider-Man movie of all time, when it has, just off the top of my head, I'm not even thinking about all the confirmed characters, but right off the top of my head, we have the Incredible Freaking Hulk, Scorpion, Michael Mando's Scorpion, Tombstone, Boomerang, Tarantula, Ramrod, The Hand, and Sadie Sink's character, who is presumably Jean Grey. And if you count whatever is going on with Tom Holland's Peter himself, with the black eyes and the exposure of the powers, and it could be teasing Man-Spider stuff, that could be potentially a 9th thing as well. So right now we have 8 to 9, 10 if you also count Punisher, but I think he's going to be more like of a, not a partner to Spider-Man, but they're going to fight just initially, but then they're going to team up at some point. But let's just throw in Punisher in there, because canonically in the comics, Punisher was introduced as a Spider-Man villain. So we got 10 goddamn Spider-Man villains so far, technically, as it stands right now in Spider-Man Brand New Day, plus throwing in Michelle Jones, not Mary Jane, Zendaya's Michelle Jones, and Ned back into the mix, with Peter Parker dealing with stuff by himself. Jesus Christ. So if they thought Spider-Man 3 was overstuffed and they criticized that movie, I think people owe Spider-Man 3 an apology if they are going in watching Brand New Day thinking that it's peak. It's pure hype. So I don't know what's going on. So that's just my 2 cents. And again, I was born in 1998. I'm 28 years old. So I first saw Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 1 as 4 years old, and that started my entire passion for the character as it stands right now. So maybe I'm just older for this new take on Spider-Man, this new era of Tom Holland's MCU Spider-Man in live action. And the story really has to hit hard for me if I want to be good. But again, I've resonated so much with the Insomniac version of the character, and clearly the freaking writers and directors of Brand New Day did as well, because they've referenced the games so many times throughout all the footage we've seen, and they've actually confirmed that in a behind-the-scenes press event that happened for Brand New Day, they showed concept art of the movie, and they showed Insomniac's Spider-Man advanced suit in concept art for Brand New Day. So clearly they're using the games as a blueprint for this new movie, and that's what I've been saying since day one. If the movies are just their attempt to recreate the magic from the games, why on earth would I want to watch the movie when I can just play the game in general? Same thing with the Kraven the Hunter standalone movie. There was a Kraven standalone movie, which I actually never saw, because I thought Madam Web was so bad, I just never spent my time to watch Kraven. Why on earth would I watch a Kraven movie with no Spider-Man, no other characters, just a Kraven movie, when Kraven's one of the main villains right here in Marvel Spider-Man 2 that also has the black suit in the story, as well as Venom, and you are able to fight Kraven as Venom in the game in one of the best boss fights in any Marvel game that's ever released in history. It's crazy nonsense like that again just proves why the gaming industry is so ahead of the curve in comparison to the movie industry. And the movie industry has to take notes now from the gaming industry, because they're already out of ideas. And whenever you hear Destin Daniel Cretton say that he took inspiration from the comics, there's no way in hell that he took inspiration from a comic book storyline. I bet you money right now that all he did is Google up iconic comic covers from Spider-Man comic history, Googled the most popular ones, wanted to use them for the storyboarding for Brand New Day, and then just looked to Insomniac's games as the visual movement for Spider-Man instead. So that's just my 2 cents. Rant over. I'm sorry. I just had to get all that off my chest, because there's so much stuff that Spider-Man fans are kind of not acknowledging right now when it comes to the live-action movies and the inspiration for Brand New Day. And objectively, I just don't think it makes sense that a Spider-Man movie that features other Marvel characters like Hulk, Punisher, Iron Man, the previous home movies, how could a Spider-Man movie with other Marvel characters in it be categorized as the best Spider-Man movie of all time? It'd be like throwing, does Avengers Infinity War count as the best Spider-Man movie of all time? Because the Avengers are in there and so is Spider-Man? That does not make sense to me. So we'll see. But again, I'm going in with very high expectations, because the movie does deserve to be criticized when it deserves to be criticized. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm not going to go in hating it, obviously, but I'm looking forward to hopefully enjoying the film as a whole. But with all that said, welcome everybody to the stream. We're going to be starting really soon, and I want to give huge shout-outs to all you in the chat. First off, to my boy Ghosty Official, the Almighty Blues 7704, Straight Edge Knight 19, KZ Game 37, V1CKU 601, Lycan Plays 92, Anonymous Throne, Carl Singh 9076, and everyone else in the chat, Pico Shogun, Christy, Adam Mintrov 4049, and everyone else, Daniel Q719H. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you all so much for joining. Leave a like, hype up the stream, share, comment, subscribe. Sorry, I'm already dying. And let me know in the chat, how hyped are you? What is your hype level for Spider-Man Brand New Day as it stands right now? Do you think that it's going to be the best Spider-Man movie of all time? Do you think that it's going to be the best MCU Spider-Man movie of all time? Because let me tell you this, just like John Bernthal, let me tell you something. I want to tell you guys something. I think there's a very good chance that Spider-Man Brand New Day could end up being the best MCU Spider-Man movie of all time. I don't think it's going to be the best Spider-Man movie of all time, because again, like I've said, I just think the blueprint for what Spider-Man 1 in 2002 and Spider-Man 2 in 2004 did for the Spider-Man character as a whole is still felt to this day. And I'll even admit it, like even the Spider-Man PS4, a majority of that story is greatly inspired from Spider-Man 2, of course, with Dr. Octopus not only being the main villain, but also the relationship between Peter and Otto is pretty much just an expansion of what we saw from Peter and Otto in Spider-Man 2, the movie. And a lot of the stuff now it's coming full circle because Tom Holland and Zendaya have gone on record several times saying that they have played the Insomniac Spider-Man games and they love that version of the character. They sadly don't know who Yuri Lowenthal is, which is insane, but they know how good of a job the story is within the games, and Tom Holland is an executive producer on Brand New Day. So clearly it was either his choice or even Destin Daniel Cretton's choice to use the visual language of Insomniac Spider-Man games and incorporate it into Brand New Day. And that just, again, shows the impact of the gaming industry and just the impact of these games as a whole. But now we're finally getting into the gameplay. I've rambled on long enough. Those are my general thoughts about Brand New Day. Let me know, again, your thoughts. Do you think that Brand New Day will be utterly hype? Will it be overrated? Are you excited? Do you even think it could be better than the Spider-Verse movies? Because a lot of people have said that Into the Spider-Verse is in the same category of movie hype in comparison to the live-action films. Like, they're not separating them in terms of animated movie and live-action movie. A lot of people still say that Brand New Day and the Spider-Verse movies are still in that same level of quality in terms of comparing them with each other. And that's crazy because if we're including the animated Spider-Verse movies also in the tier list of best Spider-Man movies of all time, then I would also have to put up, like, Into and Across the Spider-Verse might be tied for me as, like, my number 2 pick possibly for, like, favorite Spider-Man movie ever made. And I haven't mentioned it for why I believe that is in my the canon way to play Marvel Spider-Man 2 video, talking about why I think that Across the Spider-Verse is, like, one of the best Spider-Man movies ever made. Let me turn this down a little bit for the audio. Ghosty, can I invite you to a party in a bit? We're also going to wait for my boy Franco Greco, who might be joining the stream relatively soon, but we could also get his thoughts talking about Brand New Day. And Ghosty, I'm sure you have thoughts too. My boy Blasty Games in the chat. What's up, everybody? Again, leave a like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. And thank you all so much for joining the stream. In case you're joining right now, welcome. We are now playing Marvel's Spider-Man 2 with the brand new update for Spider-Man Brand New Day, and actually Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. I didn't get to show you guys this. I was just rambling about Spider-Man Brand New Day. But yeah, both as a surprise. But I actually called this in my previous Wolverine PS5 video talking about all the news from Comic-Con, is that the Insomniac Battle Reborn suit, what it's called, is in Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, and that animated Wolverine suit from Marvel Tokon is in Marvel's Wolverine. And now we know that the Advanced Suit 2.0 from Marvel Spider-Man 2 is going to be in Marvel Tokon. So I thought, and I talked about this in my previous video, does that also mean that we could get the Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls Spider-Man suit in Marvel Spider-Man 2? And lo and behold, yes, here it is. And we're going to be wearing both in the stream during gameplay. I will say, though, not a big fan of this suit. The one thing I actually wish it had, which I think would have been a huge bonus, is a web cape. Give me that classic Spider-Man Unlimited, also just classic Spider-Man 2099 style web cape, because the big blue on the back right now looks very disjointed. Like, if the blue parts of the shoulders were like that's where the web cape spawned, and then it went on down to the back of the suit, and you saw, like, you know, the logo and stuff still, but you saw a web cape through that, like, that would be extremely Japanese, because, of course, Marvel Tokon is made by Arc System Works, who made Dragon Ball FighterZ, and I think Blaze Blue, whatever that game's called. Very anime-inspired. And, of course, they're also looking at the Japanese Spider-Man show, like the live-action Japanese Spider-Man show is inspiration as well. I can definitely see that with the big exterior wristwatch web shooters. And I like the stylization of it. I don't like the shape of the lenses, but the cell shading looks great. I just wish a web cape would have been added to add more, you know, stylization to the suit. And, of course, Twitter's going to be insane, so they're already complaining about the stylization of the Spider-Man Brand New Day suit. They think it looks too similar, as you see right here, to the classic suit, which arguably, yeah, because it is a classic-looking Spider-Man suit, so the differentiation between them is going to be very apparent because they look the exact goddamn same. So the only difference is that the classic suit for Insomniac's games has the more rounded, classic comic book icon symbol for the back logo, and then the brand new day suit has the similar shaped logo from the No Way Home Final Swing suit, as you see right here, with the textures are more shiny and more, I would say that's like a turquoise blue than a normal blue, like the shiny color blue. And then you have a more padded, classic, vibrant-looking blue and red with the colors. But I'm already biased because I'm already going to be wearing the two best suits in the game for Peter, which is right here and right here. I mean, those are the suits I never take off. Call me basic. I don't care. I think this and the Advanced Suit 1.0. Now, personally, I prefer the Advanced Suit 1.0 more than the 2.0 version, just because I like the stripe, the pattern down the legs. I even like the logo coming out of the red into the blue. I think that's just such a cool design choice. And for whatever reason, the Advanced Suit 1.0 looks better in Spider-Man PS5 Remastered than Marvel's Spider-Man 2. And I think the reason why is because they wanted to emphasize the improvements of the suit in this game for the PS5, for the sequel. And yes, I saw some in the comments, the red and black version of the Advanced Suit 2.0 clears. I love the cherry pink and the dark black. I think that looks such like a cool combo in contrast with each other. But for me, I'm just basic. I love the red, white, and blue color palette mixture together. I don't even mind like the darker blue in between the thighs, what people have called it online, the piss pants, because it looks like Spider-Man peed himself on the blue. I don't notice that at all until someone pointed out, but I think the tone of a light blue and a dark blue mixture feels really good. But for me, design-wise, I just prefer how iconic, like this. When this suit was first revealed, trust me guys, in E3 2016, I was there day one when they announced Spider-Man PS4 for the first time, and you saw this suit. This suit became iconic the first second it was unveiled, and it's still iconic to this very day. The moment you see any white spider imagery, especially like what we saw with the, right here, upgraded suit for Far From Home with the white spider, where the hell do you think they got that inspiration from? It definitely wasn't from a comic costume, that's for sure. They definitely, because Far From Home came out in 2019. Spider-Man PS4 in 2018, by the way, is still the highest-selling superhero game of all time, and it made over $1 billion on first week sales alone. It's a $1 billion property, Insomniac Spider-Man. So the impact is insane, and I've already discussed all this in depth in my Spidey Squad seminars, which are member-exclusive videos, which you should all definitely go and subscribe to, by the way, if you haven't already. It also helped support the channel. But the detail on each of the MCU suits look really, really good. Again, I am a Insomniac stan for these suits. The Insomniac suits first and foremost. So these are my go-to for Peter. The Advanced Suit, the default suits just look incredible to me. Advanced Suit 2.0, the black suit, and the symbiote suit, and the anti-venom suit near Act 3 of the game. But let's just go over all the suits in general right now for just the classic comparison for the brand new day suit. So we got the classic suit, Insomniac's take on the classic suit, which again, very, very similar to the brand new day suit, because the brand new day suit, to an extent, is just another classic suit, just like the Raimi suit, just like the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit. It's brand new day's take on a live-action classic suit, because while Homecoming did that, the Stark suit from Civil War, it wasn't a one-to-one adaptation of the classic red and blue suit like this is, because they added the black lines and extra stuff to modernize the costume. But if we're talking like classic one-to-one from comic to live-action screen classic suits, then we can look at live-action status, the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit, which is pretty much just the Ultimate Comics Mark Bagley designed comic costume in live-action, which looks perfect. The only issue I have with the suit is actually the placement of the spider symbol on the front. It looks a bit too low on the chest. I've always had that issue with this costume, but other than that, I really like it. And you also see this kind of same pattern here on the back with the kind of trapezoid shape near the back, like the upper back. And it's implemented the same way here in the I was too slow. On the brand new day suit, where you kind of have that like straight up, across, straight down, diagonal looking back shape, and the same shape is found on the brand new day suit right there. So they clearly took inspiration from the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit, and you also see that with the logo, with the legs being a bit longer, just like Andrew's suit as well. The blue is more colorful on this costume compared to Andrew's. As you see there, it's a bit more darker. And then, of course, my goat, Toby, which, hot take, because it's not really a hot take because the suits are like slightly different, but I prefer the Spider-Man 2002 Spider-Man suit for Toby versus this, which is based off the 2004 Spider-Man 2/2007 Spider-Man 3 design, just because I like the bigger, bolder shape of the back logo on the first costume. I love that it looks the same pretty much. Like it's barely any different. Just the logo is slightly different on this costume for Toby compared to the first live-action suit he had. And the 2000 exactly, Anonymous Throne, the 2002 back logo is goated, but the front logo, I will say, the front logo for the Toby suit is better than the 2002 version, just because it's bigger. I've never been a fan of small Spider-Man logos. That's where you get to hear the Stark suit, which they call it the upgraded classic suit for some reason, but this is the Civil War / Homecoming Spider-Man suit. I despise small Spider-Man logos. If it's too small, it looks like a tick or an ant. And this is the worst offender of it. It's just so small, it's barely noticeable, which is why the advanced suit, again, look at how big, bold, iconic that logo is for both suits, the advanced suit 2.0 and 1.0. And it gets even bigger on the advanced suit 2.0. So you would think that I would like the 2.0 version more than the 1.0, but just something about the way that the white exits the red and onto the blue, and the gauntlets as well. I like how the gauntlets look on the 1.0 more than the 2.0, where they're the big, bulky, white strap gauntlets versus the kind of sleeker design of the 1.0. But I'm talking too much about the Insomniac suits. We're going to go back to live action suits. So again, classic suit right here, just classic, comic to page to game Spider-Man, just more modernized with some lines in there and some textures. But that's pretty much the classic comic suit 1-to-1, and it looks phenomenal. And the brand new day suit is kind of copying that, but with more Ditko Romita-style lenses, a more bigger front logo, much bulkier web shooters, and a more, funny enough, a more embedded back logo. The back logo is inlaid in the suit, whereas the No Way Home Final Swing suit, it's actually an exterior logo. You see it's kind of popping off from the suit. Same with the front logo. They kind of pop off the suit, just like the Raimi suit logo is doing, and I think the Amazing Spider-Man 2 logo did as well. But the brand new day suit, it's more sewn into the costume itself, which is fine. I don't hate that. It's just a design choice. But if we're, looking at all the classic suits, again, classic Insomniac suit right here, the integrated suit from No Way Home, which a lot of people don't like this suit, and I can see it now looking at it closer. It's like too much going on with all the lines and the black, and it's also it's the Iron Spider suit morphed with the upgraded suit from Far From Home, which is right there, which is more cleaner, and the big yellow gold spider symbol kind of looks weird when he's right next to Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man. But I like that story reason because he never really got to make a classic suit for himself because Tony Stark made his suits. But when he was able to team up with Tobey and Andrew in No Way Home, he then got inspiration from them, and that's now why we have the brand new day suit, and also to an extent the Final Swing suit in No Way Home. So both of these suits are a result of him learning from teaming up with Tobey and Andrew and being inspired by their heroism, which is why I love No Way Home so much, because it not only pays respects to Tobey and Andrew, but it's also evolving Tom's Spider-Man as a character, which is really, really great. So if I'm to rank these, so if we're ranking the suits, this is like a 9.5 out of 10 for me, the Advanced Suit 2.0. Same with the black suit. A lot of people don't like the Xenomorph alien texture suit. I love it. I think it's such a cool design to make it more armored and sleeker compared to when Harry has the Agent Venom suit, it's more padded because Harry doesn't have superpowers. Spider-Man does have superpowers, so the symbiote is emphasizing his muscles and his strength, which is why you see, like, it's almost like muscle fibers and, like, sleek armor for his suits to emphasize what we get here with the advanced suit, and I think it looks great, and then evolving that even further to the more sleeker Rage symbiote, because then he figures out it's an alien and it's not hiding itself anymore, so it's just angered and fully textured like classic Alien Spider-Man, which both these are like 9 to 10s to me. I love all of them. Anti-Venom, you can clearly see right there on the legs, it's inspired by the Advanced Suit 1.0 with the stripe down the legs, and I think that's because they made concept art of the Anti-Venom suit before they made the Advanced Suit 2.0, because you can clearly see the 1.0 inspiration right there on the legs. But I would give it like an 8. I love the big lenses. I think the white and the black look cool with each other, and again, black down the legs to reminisce about the Advanced Suit 1.0 is awesome to me. So that's a 9. These all three are like 9.5s to 10s. Anti-Venom's like an 8 to a 9. Advanced Suit 1.0 is a 10 out of 10. I love it so much. Classic suit, 10 out of 10. And we're going to skip the other comic suits. We're just going to talk about the Insomniac main suits and the live-action suits. Hybrid suit for the integrated suit from No Way Home. The red is a bit too much on the back. The black and the gold kind of look cool together, but the red mixed in there is a bit, it's a lot. I'll give it like a 7, like a high 7. And I don't dislike it, but I don't know. It's a bit much going on, but it's okay. Amazing Spider-Man suit, this is a 9. This is like a 9 out of 10. My boy, Comic Blast Keenan, in the stream. Everyone make sure also to go follow, subscribe, and hype up Comic Blast Keenan as much as you can. He also recently just posted a brand new Marvel's Wolverine video talking about the villain of the game, which was fantastic, Keenan. I saw it earlier today. It was great. Definitely go, everyone, to make sure to support Keenan. He's the best. And definitely make sure to watch his content because it's amazing. Amazing Spider-Man suit, this is like a 9 to 10 for me. I've said this time and time and again. The Spider-Man PS4 Advanced suit would not exist without the Amazing Spider-Man suit. The whole reason that this suit exists is because of the Amazing Spider-Man suit doing what no other Spider-Man suit has done before. And I remember, I was there in 2012 when they first revealed this suit. I thought this suit looked like the coolest thing in the universe. And then they kind of backpedaled with the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit, which, yeah, this is literally the Ultimate Comics Spider-Man suit translated from comics to screen 1-to-1. It looks amazing. And if you also read, I believe there was a prequel comic for the Amazing Spider-Man 2, the narrative reason as to why Andrew Garfield's Peter goes from this suit to this suit is because Gwen Stacy, Emma Stone's Gwen Stacy, actually inspired him with design blueprints of a more friendly neighborhood-looking costume. And that he wears that suit as a way to honor her, which is really, really cool. And design-wise, it's like Ultimate Spider-Man to a T. So based on that extent alone, I think the Amazing Spider-Man, but as I said, the logo is a bit too low for me. And I'm not talking about the lenses in the game, because the lenses in the suit in the movie look incredible, but the lenses in the game don't look 1-to-1 as to how they do in the movie. But I love the color of the red. I love the color of the blue. I love the back logo as well. I like the little indent above indent on the suit, because that's kind of like the style of the Amazing Spider-Man suits. They both did that. You see that here. And the Amazing Spider-Man 1-2 suit did as well. So contextually, from the design of the movie, I would say like a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 for the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit. But just personally for me, the uniqueness of the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit, the web pattern, the lines on the legs. I love red lines, red stripes. Yes, Anonymous Throne, I'm right there with you. I like the TASM 1 suit more. Same here. I just like the uniqueness of the Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit a whole lot more, which is why whenever I replay Spider-Man PS4, because most of the time I just replay Spider-Man PS4 while wearing the Advanced suit. And I mean the first game, not Marvel Spider-Man 2. Whenever I replay the game, sometimes I like to replay it using more Andrew Garfield's Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit rather than Tobey's suit or Andrew's, or whatever, any other suit, the Tom Holland suits. Because I just feel like this suit embodies Spider-Man. It's homemade. The web patterning looks great. Also, in the behind-the-scenes footage, they explain why the suit looks like this. They thought, what if we took a giant spider web and threw it against a giant fan, and what if it hit someone along the way? What would the shape of the web look like onto their body? Which a lot of people say it just looks like a basketball, which is hilarious. But the shininess of it, the textures of the red and the blue, the color grading of it, I love the logo shape as well, both on the front and the back. I love how the cuts in the logo look. I love all of it. And for me, this is, honestly, it might be on my Mount Rushmore of Spider-Man suits, in live action at least. If we're talking Spider-Man suits in general, the Advanced Suit 1.0 is up there. Spider-Man, I think even Spider-Man Unlimited suit might be up there with the web cape and how cool that costume looks. I don't know. I think it looks amazing. But if we're talking live action Spider-Man suits on my Mount Rushmore, I think it's definitely the Amazing Spider-Man 1. It's the 2002 Tobey Maguire suit. It is probably going to be the brand new day suit, just because I think that's the best Tom Holland Spider-Man has looked in live action. And for the fourth suit, we're not counting the animated movies because that's not live action. So live action Mount Rushmore. I don't like the black suit for Spider-Man 3 just because it's a color swap for the Raimi suit. I like it for what the movie is doing, but I don't think it deserves to be up there on Mount Rushmore. It's probably going to be then the Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit, 2002 Tobey suit, brand new day Tom Holland suit, and the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit, just because of how both these suits work for what they're trying to do. One's trying to be completely new, unique, and different, and the other one is trying to be classic, iconic, Ultimate Spider-Man, and both work perfectly for what they're trying to do. And this was where Peter was just being Spider-Man. Like, this was almost in a way like his human spider suit, like Tobey. Like, he had the vigilante suit, which was just his street clothes with a red mask and a beanie. But I don't really count that as a vigilante suit. I just think that's, like, literally just a mask. I would count this really as, you know, he says on the bridge when he saves the kid in the truck on the bridge, he's like, "Who are you?" when the dad is with his son. And he says, "I'm Spider-Man." And he is Spider-Man in name, but it's only really when he becomes full-on Spider-Man in the second movie, I feel like, with this iconic-looking suit that he really embodies being a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, you know? So both the tones of the Amazing Spider-Man movie suits capture their tone perfectly, and I really appreciate that for both of them. So, yes, I think that's true. The Mount Rushmore of live-action Spider-Man suits is going to be, in order, I would say, Raimi 2002 Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 1 suit. I guess even the Human Spider suit could be up there, but I don't know if I'm counting that because it's like his vigilante suit before he becomes full-on Spider-Man. Like, I wouldn't put the homemade suit on there because that's not really when he's Spider-Man. I would argue that you could put the Stark suit up there, but not this, if you understand what I'm saying. So full-on live-action, full-on Spider-Man suits, top 4 in order: 2002 Tobey Maguire, Sam Raimi Spider-Man suit, then the Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit, just because I think there's, again, this suit wouldn't exist, or the advanced suit would not exist without the Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit. Then at number 3, we got the brand new day suit, easily. This is the best that Tom Holland has looked in live action. I also love the clunky web shooters, and there's even a clip that we've seen from the movie where he takes out the cartridges of his web shooters and throws it at the truck as a web bomb, just like Insomniac Spider-Man again, taking all the inspiration from Insomniac because they got the sauce. And then number 4 is the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit. That is my definitive Mount Rushmore of live-action Spider-Man suits. Now, if we're talking Spider-Man suit Mount Rushmore in general, without movies, I would definitely say the Advanced Suit 1.0 is there. Number 1, without a doubt. Number 2, let me look through Peter. Probably Scarlet Spider. I've always been a fan of Scarlet Spider. Ever since I was a kid, I was always a fan of Scarlet Spider. Love the hoodie, love the bright red, love the big gauntlets on the legs and the wrists. I even like the Sensational Spider-Man suit. We know Ben Reilly, Sensational Spider-Man, which has never been in any of the Insomniac Spider-Man games, sadly. But I've always preferred the Scarlet Spider suit over the Sensational Spider-Man suit just because I love the blue hoodie. I love the big wide eyes. I love the bulky web belt with the cartridges, his wrist gauntlets, and the leg straps. I love everything about it. So we're taking Advanced Suit Spider-Man, number 1. I think Scarlet Spider, number 2. Geez. I mean, black suit number 3, of course. I mean, I guess that counts because, yeah, that is technically a comic suit. So what am I saying? So advanced suit number 1, black suit number 2. Now, which black suit, you might say? Black suit from the Insomniac games, black suit from the comic 616, or even Ultimate Spider-Man black suit with the purple and the purple shading. For me, honestly, just because of how sick it looks, especially in the game, I think I might put the Ultimate Spider-Man black suit up there. And especially because it was nostalgic for me to unlock the black suit in Ultimate Spider-Man, wearing getting all the tokens in order to get the suit. You have to 100% complete the game and get every single one of the tokens. That suit is definitely up there. So yeah, Advanced Suit 1.0, any black suit really, but if I had to choose a specific black suit, it would definitely be the Ultimate Spider-Man purple black suit. Scarlet Spider. And is there any in here that I can think of that I resonate with? Those are all original designs. I'm trying to think from like some of my wish lists or comics and stuff. Sensational Spider-Man's pretty cool. Iron Spider's pretty cool. That's another interesting suit too. I love how they designed it in the game, but I don't know if it's on my Mount Rushmore of Spider-Man suits. Superior Spider-Man's also pretty cool. But I don't know if it deserves to be on Mount Rushmore. It's pretty much all black, too, as well. And we're talking about Mount Rushmore for Peter Spider-Man, not Spider-Man in general. Otherwise, of course, Miles would be up there with his base iconic suit. Even though I prefer the upgraded suit for Miles over this suit, but I think this suit just changed how people view Spider-Man a lot. But we're talking about Mount Rushmore for Peter. So for Peter, again, Advanced Suit 1.0, any black suit, but specifically the Ultimate Black Suit, Scarlet Spider, classic Scarlet Spider, and you know what? I might end up putting up Spider-Man Noir up there. Not this one, but like the classic Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions style Spider-Man Noir, or how Spider-Man Noir looked in Spider-Man PS5 or PS4, the remaster. The base comic design for Spider-Man Noir with not the trench coat, but the vest. The vest of Spider-Man Noir with the black mask and the stitching in the mask with the goggles. Especially I've seen the Spider Noir show. It looked great. There's a scene in the show where Nick Cage is wearing the suit without the trench coat and the hat, and I think it looked perfect. I think that because of how popular Spider-Man Noir has become in live action now with Nick Cage, and I also just love Nick Cage and the animated Spider-Verse movies, I think it's safe to say that the Spider-Man Noir suit is pretty damn peak. Spider-Punk is cool. 2099 is also cool. But I think just Spider Noir now has elevated what Spider-Man can look like in terms of a more realistic style. 2099 is really cool, and I think the best that the 2099 suit has ever looked is in Shattered Dimensions. But for me, I just think the practicality of the Noir suit speaks high levels to me. I really love how it looked in Shattered Dimensions, which I think is the best it's ever looked. And the cultural impact of Noir nowadays in Spider-Man fandom is pretty massive. So yes, I think for now, that is my definitive Mount Rushmore of Spider-Man suits. Advanced Suit 1.0, any black suit, but specifically the Ultimate Spider-Man black suit, Scarlet Spider, and Spider-Man Noir. I think that's a pretty good Mount Rushmore of comic to game to just general Spider-Man suits. And then live action again, before we dive into the game, 2002 Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, Amazing Spider-Man 1, Amazing Spider-Man 2, and Tom Holland Brand New Day. Looked really good. And yes, I see in the comments, yes, guys, Yuri Lowenthal was, in fact, at the Brand New Day premiere. Was super cool. I can't believe that Tom Holland does not know who Yuri Lowenthal is. There was an interview he had where an interviewer asked him who's the actor who plays Spider-Man in the games as Peter, and he did not know the answer, which is shocking. But hopefully now, after the movie's out, maybe we could get some type of actor-on-actor interview between Tom Holland and Yuri Lowenthal talking about them as Spider-Man and what they bring to the character. I would love to see that. I would absolutely love to see that, and they should do that. I would say maybe like a week or so after the movie is out, just to like talk about spoilers or whatever, and just their performances as each individual Peter. And it would be a cool way to hype up the Insomniac Day suit in the game. And I think that'd be a really good marketing tactic for Insomniac to do if they haven't already. Yeah, the Almighty Blues. Tom Holland did meet Nolan North for Uncharted, and he knew who Nolan North was, who played Drake in the game. So he should definitely know who Yuri Lowenthal is for Spider-Man. But all right, those are all the suits, and we're going to wear the Tokon suit later, but right now let's just kick some butt in the brand new day suit in the game. Let's go. I also just realized, geez, I forgot to. Got to swap the abilities for some classic red suit stuff since we are in a classic suit. And again, some people have argued how the suit looks in the game. I have not noticed that because I just think it looks like any other classic suit. But Insomniac games, like they've done in the past, they also updated the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit and the Tobey Maguire, suit in the game. After a while, if there was fan feedback talking about issues they have with the color grading or the saturation of the costume, and they just added 2 suits, not just one, so they spent their time developing both suits in the game. And they're working on Wolverine, so cut them some slack. Again, people are always dogging on Spider-Man suits when it's literally not that serious at all. But I'm sure that if the fan feedback is high enough, especially since the hype is so huge for Brand New Day now, I'm sure that Insomniac would take fan feedback into consideration and add some update for the Brand New Day suit in Marvel Spider-Man 2 by the time that we get another update. Yeah, the Almighty Blues. Steve Bloom needs to meet Liam McIntyre. I would love to say that. And Liam McIntyre seems super cool. Sadly, I wasn't able to go to the recent preview event that was just held for Marvel's Wolverine at Insomniac Games. I honestly don't know why I wasn't invited. Insomniac, if you're watching the stream, I would love to be able to be invited to your studio again to play Marvel's Wolverine or get an early review copy. I would really appreciate that. But he was there at the preview event talking to fans, and he was super passionate about the character. He loves playing Wolverine, and he seems very dedicated to bringing the character to life in the best way possible. So I'm really happy for him, and I think his performance as Wolverine is going to be top tier. Yeah, Ghosty, did Insomniac forget to call Evan? I guess so, because I was not invited to the premiere for Marvel's Wolverine, which is also a bit odd considering that I live in California and Insomniac Studio is in California. They're in Burbank, Los Angeles. I'm in Daly City, California, which is only like a 6-hour flight away. If that, maybe it's even like 3 hours. But I'm not salty about it. I'm just kind of confused. But if you guys, my main point is, if you're wondering, guys, if I'm going to be sharing more exclusive information about Marvel's Wolverine soon, the answer is no, because I was not invited to the preview event, and I have no idea what they're going to be showing for the game until the day of the preview going live with August 13th. But let's switch the time of day here. There we go. That's a much better look at the suit. I was swinging in dusk, but here we go. This is more the color palette also that we've seen in the Brand New Day promotional material for the trailers. Let me get an up-close look at it, too, with the cutscenes, or the photo mode. So some people say that the suit looks too orange, and also the textures of the suit look very familiar to the Insomniac's classic suit. Again, it's a classic suit. It's a red and true blue classic Spider-Man costume, and I don't know what more people want. Again, which is why, as I've said, I mainly wear the default Insomniac suits, because not only do they look freaking amazing, but they're just my personal taste of what I prefer within a Spider-Man costume. Look at that. I just made a poster for the movie. Absolutely peak. Yeah, this suit looks great in-game. I love the textures. Also, look at the web shooters as well. If I can get a close-up shot of the web shooters from behind. Let's do this. Also, the spider cake right in your face. Get a bit closer to that. That's it. Nope. Too far. Oh, nope. Come back. A little bit. There we go. So you get an up-close look here at the web shooters and Spider-Man's cake, for example. You even see the stitching of, like, the suit, not to be gross, but look at that. You even see the seaming of the web pattern, hexagonal pattern inlaid in the blue, and the stitching in the back. I don't know what more people want. I think it looks really, really good. It just looks now, because this is pretty much the No Way Home final swingsuit in live action. Because the No Way Home final swingsuit was all CG at the end of No Way Home. Now we finally pretty much got that suit repurposed in live action, and it looks really, really good. I also dig the bulky web shooters. Before, I wasn't a fan of them. Now, after seeing that he attaches them to his suit and he uses them technically as like a web bomb in the car chase, that's sick. That's also sick from a realistic standpoint as well. So I think the textures of the suit look really good. The mask, see a little bit of clipping there with the red, but I'm sure that can be something that's easily patched. The web patterning looks good. Hexagonal pattern looks good. Interesting question, Gabriel. Do you guys prefer the TASM 1 suit with or without the belt? And if you guys don't know what Gabriel is talking about, in the Amazing Spider-Man 1 movie tie-in game, the Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit, the Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit had a belt where he stored his web cartridges. And even when you're playing the game in the movie tie-in game, he would use that belt to reload his web shooter with the swinging animations, which was really, really cool. And Tom Holland's Spider-Man actually does that in the movie. The clip that they showed from Comic-Con showed the kind of opening swinging scene, and it looked like he was removing and reloading his web shooter cartridges to swing throughout the city, which I don't think we've even seen the Amazing Spider-Man do in the movie. We've seen him like load his web shooter, but reload his web shooter mid-swing. I don't think we've ever seen the Amazing Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, do that in either of his movies, funny enough. So, funny enough, we actually did see Tom Holland do that in Spider-Man Homecoming, where he was fighting Scorpion and the bad guys on the ferry, where he reloaded his web shooter with his utility belt on the Homecoming suit. And he did that in Brand New Day. So, to answer your question, Gabriel, I practically like the Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit with the belt because it also forms the full belt shape across the waist, like what we get here on the suit. But I love just, I don't know, I love the indent of the side of the red not connecting with the chest piece on the front of the suit. Because the red evens out now, because with the lack of a belt across, the red now goes to the legs. And I think that distribution of red looks really clean on the Amazing Spider-Man 2, I keep saying 2, the Amazing Spider-Man 1 movie suit looks clean without the belt in the movie. But in the game, I would usually wear the Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit with the belt just for practical reasons, because he reloads his web shooters, and it's another animation that adds on to Spider-Man's personality in the game. And yeah. So, again, guys, did I even finish ranking the suits? I don't even think I did that. I kind of skipped over them. But, yeah, integrated suit. So, again, Insomniac suits, 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 10 out of 10, without a doubt. Best Spider-Man suit of all time, for my opinion, is the Advanced Suit 1.0. Integrated suit's a 7. Hybrid suit, I would give it like a solid 7. Amazing Spider-Man suit is close to a 10 for me, but just because it's not classic Spider-Man. They do a lot of extra stuff with it. I'll give it like a 9.5, but this is close to as a 10 as it gets. Amazing Spider-Man suit, that's a 9 because, again, I think the logo placement's just a bit too low on the suit, both for the game and the movie. But that's a solid 9 because this suit looks great in the Amazing Spider-Man 2. Homemade suit, again, I love Tobey's Human Spider homemade suit the most. And that might also be because I grew up with Tobey, so that's just my goat. But the Human Spider suit looks so cool from a design perspective as well. Homemade suit, and I like he wears it during the final fight with Vulture and Shocker, showing that he doesn't need to wear a full suit to be a hero. He is a hero just in this homemade costume. How he made it homemade himself, I mean, I can't even draw a stick figure, so this is granted probably what I would wear as a homemade suit as well. So I would give it like an 8 to a 9. This is pretty solid. I like the goggles. I like the logo being big. I like the clunky web shooters. That's homemade Spider-Man in the MCU. I dig it. I think it looks cool. That's a 9. I actually will say this is a 9. I think it looks great. Black suit. I mean, I even thought this when I was a kid, that I wish they went the classic this, which is why this will be one of my favorite black suits, because of just the classic, iconic black suit logo on the costume. The Raimi suit, though, kind of changed how people perceive the black suit in movies, or just in general, with this, I love the pincer shape of the black suit logo, and weirdly enough, I like how it looks the best in I mean, it looked pretty good in Marvel Spider-Man 2 as well right here. But it also looked really good in the Spider-Man 3 movie tie-in game. And I would wear that suit constantly in that game, and it looked really, really good in there. And it's just a recolor of the Tobey suit from Spider-Man 3 as well. So just because it's a recolor, it brings it down a point. So I would give it like an 8 out of 10. It's a great suit, and it's iconic with everything related to Bully Maguire. But this is like a solid 8 out of 10 for me. Tobey suit, as I said, I think the first live-action suit is a 10 out. It's a 9 out of 10. It's hard because both of them make changes that I like and don't like. I like how the suit front logo looks here, and the webbing is more silver as well that they did in Spider-Man 2 for the iconic silver webbing, which was also in Spider-Man 1, but it was more prevalent in the Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3 movie with the more silver-looking webbing. And the logo, again, the back logo in the 2002 suit, if you want a better look at it, also make sure to watch the new animated series, my favorite, MTV TNAS Spider-Man, which is canonically in the same universe as Spider-Man 1 2002. It's a spin-off of that. Look at the back logo of that suit in the show and the first movie, and you'll understand what I'm talking about. So I like the back logo of the first suit more, but I like the front logo of the second suit more. So, which is why they both made improvements and adjustments that I like and dislike at the same time. So for both those reasons, I think both of the Raimi suits get a 9 out of 10. That's a 9 out of 10 for sure. I love how, again, it's just iconic. Now, we're getting to the MCU of it all, the Stark suit. Don't lie, because I've seen people switch up on this suit a lot over the years. Do not lie that when this suit first came out and was first shown in the trailer of Civil War, every single person online was saying that this was the best Spider-Man suit of all time. Every single person online is saying this is the greatest Spider-Man suit of all time. This is the best Spider-Man ever, actually, when Spider-Man was in Civil War. We hadn't even gotten a full Spider-Man movie in the MCU yet. He was just shown in Civil War in the movie, and people were already saying that Tom Holland beat Tobey, Tom Holland beat Andrew, just because of how good his performance was in Civil War. And actually, I was one of those people. When I was in 2016, I was a senior in high school. I had seen all the Tobey movies. I had seen Andrew Garfield's movies. I was looking forward to Civil War a lot. And then they showed the suit, but then, of course, after Civil War released, they then announced Spider-Man PS4 with my GOAT right here, and this became the best Spider-Man suit of all time. But before that, during that weird brief period, I really thought that this was the greatest Spider-Man suit of all time. Now looking back at it, I really, really dislike how small the logo is. I don't like how the black kind of just ends right there on the front, and then it just kind of, there's a little web back there, but then it's all segmented. Also, the black lines on the blue are just there just to look like it's over-designed, just because that's what all the MCU suits were doing at the time. I do like the black shoulder bands and the wristbands, because I think that added some modernized stylization to the suit, and the big wrist web shooters as well. If you're having a complaint about the Brand New Day web shooters just being the little silver ones right here, then you should not have, or if you're complaining about Brand New Day, then you should definitely also be complaining about the huge gauntlet web shooters he has here for Tom Holland Spider-Man. But again, it's practical. On the waist, he reloads his web shooter cartridges with the stuff that's on the waist. So I like that practically. Just conceptually and visually, I think I prefer the, obviously, Brand New Day suit, but I also prefer the Tobey suit. I prefer even the homemade suit more than how microscopic the logo is on this costume. And the black on the blue messes with it a bit too much. So, what I give the homemade suit a 9, and the integrated suit a 7, which is weird because the integrated suit the Stark suit should logically be better than the integrated suit. So I would give this like a 7.5. 7.5 out of 10 I think is fair for the Stark suit. Because I like this suit. I don't hate it. I just wish the logo was bigger. I wish the black meshed better well with the blue. And the shape of the back logo, while it is the classic shape, I think it's a bit too rounded. And it's also weird because we got a similar looking concept suit for Civil War, which was never used in the movie. But how they did the concept suit, and you guys know what I'm talking about, it had raised webbing. The logo was actually a bit bigger on the front too. Not too much bigger, but slightly bigger. I think the concept suit for Civil War looks better than the final suit that we got. But this suit, I would say 7.5 out of 10. Upgrade suit, that's a 6 out of 10. Sorry, because I hate how it was made. he made it on Tony Stark's jet and a suit crafter after giving that whole speech about you're never going to be Iron Man. You just got to be the best you. And then he immediately goes in to become Iron Man Jr. with making his own tech on the jet that just so happens to have a suit crafter inside the jet for some reason. So, no. And the black is cool. Like, red and black looks good on Spider-Man in any day of the week. But then again, the white logo just being there just because Spider-Man PS4 released the year before. So they're just trying to integrate the marketing for that. I hate how it was made. Also, there's no, like, at least the Homecoming suit has the waist cartridge reloading on his costume, but here the black on the waist there is just to be there. And yes, while they did slightly improve it in No Way Home with the more pointier waist on the lower hip, it didn't work for me. And yes, the logo is slightly bigger, but I don't like how this just looks like Peter's take on Miles Morales' suit, you know? It's like, what if Peter was made a suit to look like Miles? This is what it would look like. And again, making it on the jet, the color on the black with the white looks fine, but I don't know. Not really for me. Stealth suit, 0 out of 10. 0 out of 10. Ass suit, hate it. Hate it with my whole heart and soul. It's just a shield costume, but it defeats the whole purpose. Stealth suit, okay. So Spider-Man is in a different country, so therefore Peter has to wear a suit that does not look like Spider-Man, so that way people don't put two and two together and say, oh yeah, Peter Parker is on our school trip, Spider-Man is in Venice, and wherever he's fighting, Peter's not in our group, therefore Peter is Spider-Man. Understandable. So then why the hell does the suit look exactly like Spider-Man? He has Spider-Man-shaped lenses and fingerless gloves. So the whole point of you to not be detected as Spider-Man is to not have anyone know your identity. So if people find your fingerprints at the scene of the crime wearing this suit, they're going to be able to not only track down who Peter is, but also know full well that Spider-Man is also in the city because he also has Spider-Man-shaped lenses. And yes, it was cool how Tom Holland wore that practically in the movie where he could lift up the lenses and you saw his real eyes. It was a real suit, which, yes, understand. But then, even in the Mysterio sequence, Peter is wearing this suit, the Night Monkey suit, when Mysterio is doing his illusion on him in kind of that little shield bunker that they're in. And he does that whole Mysterio sequence where he's like torturing Peter mentally. He shows them all the illusions, giant Mysterio fist. All the Spider-Men are tackling him, his mirror images. But he just uses his illusion tech to get him out of this ass suit to put him back into this suit. So what? So there's no real purpose, and he only wears it for the one fight against the Elemental. They instantly remove it after he is in the Mysterio illusion. And then he goes on to Tony Stark's private jet and makes the upgraded suit. So, practically it makes no sense, because it still looks like Spider-Man. He's wearing fingerless gloves, so all that logically makes no sense. My main man, Spidey Skater Boy, is in the chat. Everyone make sure to go follow Spidey Skater Boy, one of the main co-founders of the Spidey Squad. I know it's been a minute, buddy. I'm so sorry. I've been so busy personally with YouTube stuff and work-related stuff, trying to job search and everything. So I miss you so much, pal. You're the best. And everyone go make sure to follow Josh, because Spidey Skater Boy, because he's the one and only GOAT. But thank you so much for joining the stream, buddy. And everyone else, Ghosty, Blasty, Anonymous Throne, Gabriel, my boy Comic Blast Keenan, if you're still here. Everybody, you're the best. But yeah, Stealth Suit, 0 out of 10. Hate it. Absolutely trash. Despise it with my heart and soul. Iron Spider suit. A lot of people have hated this suit over the years. And I understand it because it's way too overutilized. It was in Avengers Infinity War. It was in a deleted scene of Far From Home. It was in No Way Home. And at the very end of Homecoming. Just shown. But Avengers Infinity War, Endgame as well. Far From Home, and No Way Home. So this thing is in everything. And it's overstayed its welcome. And this mogs this. Like the classic Iron Spider armor, comic accurate red and gold, that's a 10 out of 10 look. Iron Spider suit, I understand what they were going for. It works for the MCU version of Spider-Man, but it's just been used so much. And the blue and the gold and it's a lot. So I'm going to give it like a 5 out of 10. Yeah, thank God it was destroyed in No Way Home, yeah. Imagine if this suit is in Brand New Day. People would lose their shit. If this suit was in Brand New Day, people would flip a lid. So, 5 out of 10. I don't hate it as much as everyone else seems to, but it's definitely overstayed its welcome. It's welcome. I understand it's the MCU's take on the Iron Spider, but I think if we just got this, a lot more people would have been happier with the final product, because this suit bangs. Especially Insomniac's take on this suit, this is probably the best the Iron Spider suit has looked in any form of media. This suit slaps. Okay, final swing suit, 10 out of 10. I mean, what is there to say? I guess you could say 9 out of 10 because it was a CG suit. But design-wise, we're just talking about the fact of the design, not the practicality of it, because now we're pretty much getting that again in Brand New Day, just in live action. But if we're talking about just the suit existing as a suit, I think this is a 10 out of 10. I love the shiny blue. I love the logo shape. I also love how the logo is exterior. It's not sewn in to the costume. It's like the Advanced Suit logo. It pops. It sticks out from the suit. I love that. I love the V shape of the back. I love the patterning of the blue. I love the shiny blue. I love, again, how he was inspired by Toby and Andrew to make both these suits, to blend both of the suits into the design of this suit. Which, for me, Tom Holland has said that the Brand New Day suit is pretty much combining Toby and Andrew's suit into one suit. I gotta be honest, I don't really see that in the Brand New Day suit. If anything, I just see this as a more classic version of Andrew Garfield's Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit. But this one, I see it clear as day for all of Andrew's suits, and Toby's suit. Clearly with Toby's suit, with the logo shape and the bold webbing pattern. And then Andrew's suit for the texture of the blue from the Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit, but also kind of the, the more classic V, shape, angular shape of the red pattern on the back and the front. Looks very iconically similar to Andrew's Amazing Spider-Man suits, both 1 and 2. So this is a 10 out of 10 for me. And if they just kept this suit in Brand New Day without any changes, I still would have been fine with it. But I think the Brand New Day practically and tonally, and of course related to the story, where Peter makes it himself. He also made this one, but Peter's really making the suit himself. Although I don't know about that, because in No Way Home, he made the suit just with a sewing machine. At the very end of the movie, he's just in his rundown apartment with a sewing machine and his police scanner phone and the cup of coffee he got from Michelle at the end, and that was it. But now in Brand New Day, there was some trailer I saw or a clip online where he makes the Brand New Day suit with like a 3D printer. And also he's running in his studio living apartment with a treadmill. And I worked at frickin' Disney for a year, and I do not have that much availability to live in an apartment that nice. So I don't know what job he has, unless he was able to probably sell the Iron Spider suit or whatever, on how he's living that well in the movie. But I'm already kind of having a problem with that in the story of Brand New Day. But he made this suit with a sewing machine. And I think it looks absolutely incredible. So that's a 10 out of 10 for me. Black and gold suit, another 0 out of 10. Story-wise, makes no sense. He literally just got green paint thrown on him with the Far From Home suit and in one part of the story, and that was the only reason the suit exists, also to sell toys. But he got green paint thrown on his suit. He turned it inside out, and then we got the black and gold suit with the additional Doctor Strange gauntlet for the purposes of the movie. But for the majority of the movie, he wears the he wears the Far From Home upgraded suit and the integrated hybrid suit for the majority of the movie. He only wears this suit when fighting Electro and Sandman for one fight, and also that one scene where he talks to Norman Osborn's Green Goblin, and that's it. So 0 out of 10 for black and gold. And finally, last but not least, Brand New Day. I guess if you all also throw in there the Into the Spider-Verse suit from the animated movie, that's also a 10 out of 10. It's just a classic Spider-Man suit. Looks great in the movie. Looks great in the game. And yeah, Brand New Day, 10 out of 10. I love the lens shape. I love the logo shape. I love the bulky web shooters. I love the classic web pattern. The belt shape looks great. The back shape looks great. Looks great. It's a classic Spider-Man suit. My favorite, again, personal live-action Spider-Man suit is still 2002 Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 1 Spider-Man, but for what we're getting now in live-action, this is as good as it gets, and I think it does a really good job just bringing that classic look to life in Brand New Day. So with all that said, that is enough rambling about the costumes. Let's get into some missions. Let's You want to do the first story mission? Let's just do it. Let's just dive into the first story mission. We got Peter and Miles in the first story mission. And I think I might skip the cutscenes if it plays. By the way, everybody, definitely make sure to watch my Marvel Spider-Man 2 video essay, The Canon Way to Play Marvel Spider-Man 2. If you're starting your own replay of Marvel Spider-Man 2 today with the brand new day suit and the Marvel Tokon Fighting Soul suit in the game, and you want to play the game again from scratch, from start, make sure to watch that video. I also posted on my community tab the timeline of events for the game, so you'll see what the order is for playing the game as both Peter and Miles in the main story and the side missions. At which point in the game you should play him as either Peter, Miles, or when Peter is wearing the black suit, because that will instantly change the dialogue and the connection of Peter wearing the symbiote. It will also extend Peter's black suit arc in the game. And I poured my heart and soul into that video, and that's my favorite video I've ever done on the channel. So make sure to watch it, make sure to take notes, make sure to understand where I'm coming from when playing the game, and you'll totally understand where the story is trying to do for the game. Ghosty Franco is not here yet, but after I do this mission, you could start a party, and I will join you, and we could get in chat and talk about the game and stuff. Let me read comments, sorry, while the cutscene's playing. I'm sorry, guys, that I went on the whole rant about the suits, but you guys want to hear my thoughts on the suits. So those are my thoughts on all the live-action suits. You should all be happy about that by now. But I'm very happy with what Brand New Day is looking like in terms of the suit itself. But the movie is again, why would I watch a pale imitation of a movie that's pretty much copying Insomniac's take on the character when I can just go out and play the game myself? 1, Miles, and 2, all of which are some of the best Spider-Man pieces of media in any form of media, period.
I'm sure. Okay, class. Read chapter 4.
Let's see. Matthew McGee, 2004. Hot take. Brand New Day movie takes what works for Spider-Man and puts it into a movie, which is great. Just like James Gunn's Superman movie? Oh, no. Well, Matthew, I'm sorry if you didn't see my other videos. I despised James Gunn's Superman. Now, I didn't hate David Cornsweet as Superman, let me make that clear. But the writing of the movie is just so... People were complaining heavily about Man of Steel. Superman 2025 tried to do everything opposite of Man of Steel. And just tell people like, hey, don't worry, Superman's nice again, he's fine again. But just made it into a caricature of itself. Unlike another version of Superman in live action, which I personally love, which was Superman and Lois, the TV show on CW. If you have not seen that show, that is one of the best modern adaptations of Superman in any form of media, is Superman and Lois, as well as My Adventures with Superman. I felt nothing between the relationship of Clark Kent, who was barely in the movie, of Superman in Superman 2025, and Rachel Brosnahan's Lois Lane in James Gunn's Superman, because we didn't know how their relationship started. It just happened in the movie. Whereas you see, you know, beginning, middle, and end, and continuation of Superman's relationship in Superman and Lois, and their incredible relationship in My Adventures with Superman. If you have not seen My Adventures with Superman, that is one of the best versions of Superman in any form of media. Just like it was for the, what's it called? The DCAU, the animated universe version, Tim Daly version of Superman, incredible. The Justice League animated version of Superman, just that version, amazing. No, but yeah, the version of Superman that you see in Superman Lois, also incredible. Yeah, see, Eric Caro, My Adventures with Superman is extremely peak. God, that, I like Superman. I'm an average Superman fan. And I've read a bit of Superman comics. But I did not feel anything of the relationship between Superman and Lois Lane in Superman 2025 and James Gunn's Superman. The moment that Lois Lane and, holy smokes, the moment that Lois Lane and Superman are introduced in My Adventures with Superman, I had the biggest goddamn smile on my face in that show. It's so meet-cute. It's so meaningful to the character. And also, I think Jack Quaid does a great job as Clark Kent in the show. He's really, really good.
Maybe he's hungry.
All right, I gotta focus up here. I'm taking on Sandman in the brand new day suit, looking clean.
Keep him busy. I got an idea.
Woo! All right, here we go. But yeah, I don't know. I just was not a fan of James Gunn's Superman in the slightest. Also, wasn't the issue of the DCEU, especially with Batman vs Superman, that they tried to play catch up with Marvel? So they, you know, they instantly like introduced in Batman vs Superman the entire Justice League. They try to set up the Justice League so fast. Well, in friggin' Superman, which is supposed to be the first main movie in the DCU, they introduced the Justice Gang, Green Lantern and Hawkgirl and Mr. Terrific, who Mr. Terrific was better than Superman in his own goddamn movie. And I don't understand what the deal is when the whole point was like, oh, this is going to be a Superman movie first and foremost, when it absolutely wasn't, and it did not work for me in the slightest with introducing all the characters in the movie at once. I found Guy Gardner extremely unfunny. I didn't like Hawkgirl because of how little she was used in the movie. And Mr. Terrific was the highlight of the movie, but it's not a Mr. Terrific movie, it's a Superman movie. So what are they doing? It just makes no sense with what they're doing on that front. I didn't like that at all. Okay, I gotta pay attention here. Whew.
Mr. Parker, I'm sorry.
Bop, boop, bada, boop, bop, pow. Nice. Yeah, Ghosty, did I see Mr. Terrific is getting his own show? Yeah, and, oh, God, I have such a bone to pick with James Gunn, you guys, you don't even know. And you would know if you watched one of my Spidey Squad seminars where I talked about this. But, isn't he also doing a Jimmy Olsen Gorilla Grodd show? For no reason whatsoever, because James Gunn's making the weirdest decisions out of all the other the DCU stuff right now. Makes no sense to me. But, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Mr. Terrific, understandable. I think he should get a show, because he seems like an interesting character. But James Gunn, like, okay, we're going to start the DCU with Creature Commandos. Already, strike one. You don't start a brand new cinematic universe with an animated show. I don't know what the hell you're doing. Then, let's also do Superman, Supergirl. And no wonder why Supergirl bombed, because A, it was a bad movie from what I've heard. I haven't seen it, but I wouldn't be surprised that it's a bad movie. But also, the first shot that you see in Supergirl is Krypto pissing on Superman's picture in the paper. And Supergirl, the first thing that she says to Superman in the end of the Superman movie is she calls Superman a bitch. So why would I watch a Supergirl standalone movie of a character I already dislike, of a character I barely even know? And they had two opportunities to introduce Supergirl in the post-credit scene, like where her story is going, but instead they throw it away on some non-funny joke between Superman and Mr. Terrific, and not even teasing the future of the DCU. So what the hell? Like, I have no interest in anything the DCU was doing. The only thing which pisses me off, actually, is Clayface. But Clayface looks really good, but I can't stand that it's in the DCU when I think that definitely would fit in the Matt Reeves Batman universe. And yes, start Straight Edge Night. Evan, did you hear that the Batman 2 got delayed to 2028? Yes, I did. I like the Batman a lot. 2022, the Batman, Matt Reeves, Robert Pattinson, the Batman. I can't believe it's taken them this long to make the sequel. That thing's in development hell. We should have gotten the sequel by now already. But if the reason why they're doing that is because they're trying to merge the Matt Reeves Batman universe with James Gunn's DCU, that could be the reason why. But I don't like that at all, because I'm against the merger, what people are calling the merger between worlds. I am fully against that merger of wanting to combine the Matt Reeves Batman universe with the James Gunn DCU. Those two do not belong together at all. And I would be severely upset if they ended up combining them, because they don't fit together at all. Not for me. I'm not a fan. But I'm looking forward to the Batman Part 2. I hope the Batman Part 2 is good after waiting so goddamn long, but we're going to have to wait and see. Especially if it is Mr. Freeze, who's the villain. I think that's an interesting choice, but I'm wondering what they're going to do with his character to really make him stand out. Because I was really excited for the Riddler in the Batman Part 1, but when it revealed near the end that he was just some, like, lonely streamer, like, hello, fans, thanks for the tips in chat and all that, like, I got such secondhand cringe when seeing that, and it made me... It did not make the Riddler feel like a viable threat anymore when seeing the movie.
Give him today's forecast, Spider-Man. 100% chance of rain.
Woo! All right. Look at this! This is literally like what Tom Holland wanted to do
Guys, the water tank on the map is
in Spider-Man Brand New Day. Tom Holland has already gone on record that he says he wants to swing right alongside Miles Morales as a mentor figure, just like Insomniac Spider-Man. So again, why would I watch a movie when the games are already beating them to the punch 10-1? But this is what Tom Holland wants for Spider-Man 5, I think. He wants to do this. He wants to team up with Miles. Which, by the way, if they do another Spider-Man movie and Tom Holland ends up finding out finally who Yuri Lowenthal is, or they end up meeting, Yuri Lowenthal should get a cameo in the next Spider-Man movie, for sure. There's no reason why he shouldn't. Anawak Beatbox, $2 donation. Thank you so much. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse. Now, we've already been down this road. I think the Snyderverse is long gone at this point. But I have gone on record saying, and I will fight anyone who disagrees with me, not only do I think Man of Steel is better than James Gunn's Superman in every single way, but actually three things. I think that one, I think Man of Steel is better than James Gunn's Superman every single way. Two, I honestly think if Man of Steel released today, it would make $1 billion. I think that Man of Steel, if it was released today in today's superhero market, which superhero fatigue, whatever, which I totally disagree. It's not about superhero fatigue, it's about good story fatigue, because what we need is better stories in these superhero films, not just superhero films. Which is why you saw during the MCU panel that they did not show up their whole timeline of MCU films for Phase 5 or 6 or whatever it is. They only showed like a couple projects because Marvel is now focusing on quality rather than quantity, so they had to dial it back from showing a whole lot of Marvel films on their timeline because they want to focus more on the quality of their projects rather than the large amounts. So I think, yeah, Man of Steel for me beats Superman 2025 in every single way. I think the story is better. I even like Henry Cavill's Clark Kent a lot more. They actually show, because Clark is trying to find out who he is. That's a big part of the movie. Like, who am I? Am I Clark Kent? Am I Superman? What is my purpose? That's a big thematic part of the movie. Just like Spider-Man 2. Am I Peter Parker? Am I Spider-Man? Who am I? That's why people love that movie so much, which is why I really resonated with Man of Steel a lot. And I love just the dynamic between him and his two dads, both Kevin Costner, Pa Kent, and Jor-El, played brilliantly, by the way, by Russell Crowe. I think he was incredible. Rather than doing the disservice of making Jor-El and the Kryptonian parents pretty much Zod, like they pretty much just made Superman's parents Zod of the matter, like dictators and almost like Nazis, like, yes, purify the world with your seed, Superman, which is so beyond against Superman as a character and total BS. And I even have an issue with that with the My Adventures of Superman take on the character, but at least there they show kind of like he tries to rise against that, and Supergirl is a great reason in the show why they did that, and she's a great character because of it. But in the movie, they just did not land on anything that I wanted. But so that's the first one. Your second one, again, I think definitely Man of Steel. The quality of that film, I'm also biased because I was able to go to a live concert with Hans Zimmer. So I got to meet Hans Zimmer, not like shake his hand, but I got to see him perform live in person in a concert here in California. And he played the soundtrack from a lot of his movies. He played it from Dune, he played it from Lion King. But mainly, one of the biggest highlights for me was that he played the main theme from Man of Steel. He played the Man of Steel theme. And when I tell you, and yes, I love John Williams' theme for Superman, and that first Christopher Reeve movie is iconic. When he played like the first few notes of the Man of Steel theme, like da 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 da, the first notes of that theme, I was already in tears. The music for Man of Steel makes it better than any other superhero movie I've ever seen in my entire life. The score for that movie alone is some of the best music, on par with like Danny Elfman's theme for Spider-Man, on par even again with Hans Zimmer's theme from The Amazing Spider-Man 2, even James Horner's theme from The Amazing Spider-Man 1. Music is a very important thing to me, which is why I found it very lazy that they just repurposed the John Williams music for Superman 2025 and just added an electric guitar riff. But Hans Zimmer's score is unmatchable in Man of Steel. And the third thing is, I think Man of Steel is in my Mount Rushmore of superhero movies. I just think that, again, I love the message behind the film. I love the action in the movie. The soundtrack is otherworldly. I love it so much. Yeah, same straight edge Knight. I personally prefer Hans Zimmer's theme for the Dark Knight trilogy. Same for me, too. But I love the themes for everything he's done. He played that, too. He also played the Joker theme when I was in concert. He played the Heath Ledger Joker theme from the Dark Knight in concert, and it was incredible. Eric Caro, Superman 2025 is way better than Man of Steel, in my opinion. That's fine. Again, I'm just saying my personal opinion. I'm not saying it is fact, but I just think that I prefer the tone and the storytelling of Man of Steel more than James Gunn's Superman. Although I can't say, though, you cannot argue. You cannot argue. I can't even imagine anyone who thinks this, that the Superman versus Ultraman fight is better than Superman versus Zod in Man of Steel. You're lying if you think that. The Superman fight in Man of Steel, where he's fighting Zod, and even also the Kryptonians in Smallville, is incredible. The dynamic action of of Superman in Man of Steel is unparalleled, in my opinion. I love all of them. So I think they cooked with the action in Man of Steel. Whoa! I don't want to get hit by any of these guys. I gotta pay attention. I also realized I should probably put on subtitles, but I think we all know how the game goes by now. Woo! Alright, alright. Here we go. Keep on your toes, keep on your toes. Bang. Bop. Nope. Dodge. Guys, I can literally play this game with my eyes closed. I'm not kidding. Pure peak. Woo! Alright, and dodge. And web strike. There we go. Nailed it again. Pure cinema. Carmenides 3481. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, buddy. Evan, have you seen White Light's Spider-Man videos? I know who White Light is. I think I've seen parts of his videos, and no, not the clip that went viral on Twitter talking about him complaining about the web swinging. Which it's an hour-plus long video, so he made a plethora of different points. But I've seen bits and pieces of his videos here and there, but yeah, I mean, he's talking about the game. And he also, Daniel, I like Spider-Man 2, but the writing, I also know White Light talks about the writing in the games as well. If anything, you should watch my video talking about the writing, because I think people misunderstand a lot of the writing of Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and why it makes total sense logistically and narratively, and how the symbiote also adds into that with the story between Peter, Harry, and the symbiote sharing a bond together, connectively and integrally, for what the theme of the game leads up to, with healing the world and everything, and living up to that legacy, which is also one of the main themes of Marvel Spider-Man 2, is legacy. Both Harry's legacy and his mom's legacy. And even in a way, Aunt May's legacy of, when you help someone, you help everyone. So that's a big theme of the game as well. And like me, since I played this game like it's going out of style, I love the movie. I love the narrative of the game a lot. Now, granted, the story of Spider-Man PS4 is better in almost every way because it primarily focused on Peter's story, but in this game, they're juggling the story between Peter and Miles. But I just think tonally and narratively, I understand what they did with... I'll skip this cutscene. Can I? Yes? Yes. Tonally with what they did with Peter in the game and all that, and again, he's feeling depressed because he is still coping with the loss of Aunt May. So maybe not... He's feeling not depressed, but he's feeling anxious, and he's feeling guilty still over Aunt May's death, and that reels with him throughout the whole game. Especially during the main ending of the game, where he's, or the second act of the game, where he fights Miles and say, "All I wanted was to save everyone. MJ, May. Now the city thinks that I'm the problem. You think I'm the problem, but I'm not anymore. I'm the solution." So that's what the symbiote is feeding into Peter, and that's what Peter's feeding into the symbiote, is that he's relying on its power to be the Spider-Man that he always wanted to be. But because it made him go down a dark path, and Peter, intentionally and unintentionally caused harm to the people around him, it made him realize that what he was doing was wrong. So, again, I just think the tone of the story is great. But again, to answer your question, going on this whole tangent, watch my video, my 5.5-hour video essay, which is way more than White Light has ever done. And I would like to see any YouTuber out there try and talk about the game as much as I have, because I'll tell you right now, no one has done it as much as I have. Other than, I would say, a great content creator out there by the name of Always Nerdy. If you guys know him, he does great in-depth video essays about games, both from Marvel and DC, and they're either old or new, and he's done great retrospectives of games in the past, and he recently did one for, I think, both Miles Morales and Marvel Spider-Man 2, and he did a great job talking about the game as well. Actually, from a logistical standpoint, not from someone who thinks they know what they're talking about, but really don't know what they're talking about, but yeah, someone who actually does research the game and understands how games are made, which is what I try to do, and Always Nerdy does a great job of that. So if you want to watch a video essay about Spider-Man 2 in the right way, definitely make sure to go check out Always Nerdy and my video as well, because my video bangs. But anyways, to go back to Superman didn't save anybody in the final Zod fight. He lets people die. Superman 2025 saves people first. Yes, but at the extent of making him look like incompetent, like he lets the Justice Gang do his work for him. If anything, the Justice Gang do more saving in that movie than Superman does. And again, what I said, they kind of go the 180 route from Superman to make him a caricature, where they I think I'll also switch to the Tokon suit now, because I've worn the brand new day suit quite a lot in the stream so far. Let's wear the Tokon suit. That's looking pretty clean, purely cel shaded as well. But the Superman fight had real stakes. In Man of Steel, the Man of Steel fight had extreme stakes, where Zod and Superman aren't just fighting to fight, and it's an amazing action set piece, don't get me wrong, but they're fighting for their ideologies, where Zod's whole speech to Superman is so complex and interesting, especially if you take into consideration the beginning of the movie on Krypton, and his whole, Zod was genetically made. He wasn't born like a natural birth. He was genetically bred to be a warrior on Krypton. And his whole purpose is to save Krypton, no matter what. Even if it means destroying Earth, even if it means destroying all of humanity, to revive Krypton, even though he probably could have terraformed Mars, and he could have saved Krypton. Let's just say that Earth was the only planet he could have revived in Man of Steel. So he goes to Earth, he tries to reason with Kal, for Superman, saying, Kryptonians are the way. These mere beings on Earth, these specks of dust that you call humans, they aren't worthy of our presence. So we're going to terraform Earth into Krypton to build a new future for our people. And no matter what action I take, whether it be good or bad, it is for the sole purpose of protecting our people on Krypton. And that whole fight, my soul, that is what you have taken from me. All that dialogue is so much more compelling than anything that is in Superman 2025, especially with Lex Luthor. Again, The dialogue, there's a great video, I think, by someone named King Shred, I believe, or just other people who have reviewed the movie for Superman 2025, especially since I write scripts for my videos, and I'm kind of like I have a journalist brain, like I really am good at writing things and scripts for stuff, and I analyze the narrative process of certain things a lot. That movie, and clearly it was written and directed by James Gunn, you could have fooled me, because that felt like it was like the first time anyone has ever written a script in their entire life. The key term, don't show, don't tell. Show, don't tell. The entire premise of Superman is they tell everything. They give you exposition on everything, because they have to, because this is their first introduction to Superman in the DCU. So they show the whole, text on the screen, like, oh, Superman's been here for 3 years, I think it was, and he's been on Earth for 3 years, and 3 minutes ago he just got beat, and then, Lois, I was from Krypton, I did this, and, oh, I can't believe Lex Luthor knows how to defeat Superman with his name, the gold guy, the Soldier of Baravia, whatever it is, the Hammer of Baravia. The Hammer of Baravia is like, wow, how does he know all these moves? Like, that's right, he's been studying Superman for years, like, my envy is a calling. He's literally telling you what the characters are thinking, rather than showing it in a way that's dynamic. And Zod says to Superman, my soul is what you've taken from me, after we've already seen the actions of the character with trying to reason with Superman, and even though he terraforms the planet, he tries to convince Kal that Krypton's the only way, and all this stuff. There's so much more impact, especially with the performance of Michael Shannon as Zod. He is up there for me with, like, Willem Dafoe, Green Goblin, Alfred Molina, Doc Ock. Michael Shannon Zod is incredible in that movie. His acting is on another level. But I'm rambling about Superman when it should be about Spider-Man. But the whole point is the writing style of Superman 2025 is the most obnoxious thing I've ever heard in my entire life. And I could not stand some of those scenes where they're just yelling exposition dialogue in your face. And even my biggest issue, people hated the last thing I'll say about Superman, because I want to talk about Spider-Man again. The biggest issue that people have with Batman v Superman is the Martha scene, where, like, why'd you say that name? Martha, it's his mother's name. Where, granted, yeah, Superman shouldn't have said Martha, even though he meant, obviously, his mom. So he could have just said, they're trying to kill your mom, Batman, we got to team up or whatever. But he said Martha just because that's her name, whatever. And then, why'd you say that name? Martha, it's his mother's name. So he stops to kill Superman because he realizes that he's actually just a human instead of an alien. And that he actually has a mom and a family that loves him and cares about him, just like Batman did before he lost them in, in Crime Alley. The scene with Superman in 2025 where he's talking to Lex Luthor. It's not even him, it's Mr. Terrific, because Superman wouldn't have saved the day without Mr. Terrific. Mr. Terrific saved everybody with stopping the portal from opening up even more. So really, it's Mr. Terrific movie than Superman, so it's nuts. But anyways, Superman comes in flying. He's already having issues with Lex Luthor because he tried to kill him earlier, and you're an alien, Superman, you suck, I'm a human, you're trying to kill humanity, because apparently what his parents said was true. Now, it's weird, because if Lex Luthor was lying and said, oh, Superman's parents sent Superman here to take over the world, when in reality he edited the message to make it seem like that's what he said, then that's Lex Luthor being evil and just trying to make Superman look bad just because he hates Superman, just because he's top-tier hater. But he was actually right. Like, he's actually right. Superman's parents did, and they doubled down on this in Supergirl, where Superman's parents sent him there to take over the world and dominate them and spread his Kryptonian seed and take as many wives as you can. Such bullshit like that. It's absolutely ridiculous. But he was right. So really, Lex Luthor has every freaking reason to not trust Superman if his parents, what he said was true. And who knows if there was like some whatever Kryptonian chip implemented in Superman's brain, where like, yes, you got to take over the world now, Superman. You got to spread your harem of wives and spread your Kryptonian seed because we engineered you to do this, which is so ridiculous. But he goes in there. My whole point to this is Lex Luthor legitimately, actually, at this point, has a reason to hate Superman. Superman goes in. He finds Lex Luthor and his cronies. They're whatever. They are, about to flee the scene, and then Superman flies in. He attacks Lex Luthor. Mr. Terrific stops the dimensional wormhole from spreading. And Lex Luthor gives, he's like, "You're a piece of shit alien, Superman. I hate you." And then Superman gives this whole, empowered, emotional speech of, "That's where you're always wrong about me, Lex. I'm as human as everyone. I love, I get scared, and that's what's being human, and that's my greatest strength, and that's what you should know too." I have so many things wrong with that scene, which is completely against Superman's character. One, yes, the fact that he is human to an extent, he was raised by humans, does make him relatable. He was born and raised in Kansas. No, what am I saying? He was born in Krypton, but he was raised in Kansas pretty much as a child when he was, when he landed there as a baby. So really, for the majority of his life before he got powers, thought he was a born and raised human, and then he learns about his Kryptonian culture later. So for all he knows, he's a human who gets these powers. But Superman should not be yelling to the heavens to Lex Luthor about his ideals of himself. Have you seen any of these Superman performances in the animated show where he is screaming to Lex Luthor about what he should do? Only when he's angry, when he's like almost killed someone or hurts Lois. But most of the time when he talks to Lex Luthor, he's very solemn. He's very what's the word? Like, he's very stern with the way that he speaks. He's very composed. He's very put together with the way he articulates himself. He's like, "Oh, Lex, good to see you," or he's very just controlled. He's a very controlled presence of being a more veteran Superman, so to speak. And you could say, well, that's because he's been Superman for 3 years. But any time that Superman gives an empowered speech about being human or whatever, or being, connecting with humanity, like the speech that he gives in Superman versus the, what's it called? Is it the Society? The one where he fights the guy with the purple hair. I'm blanking on the name right now, but you guys know what I'm talking about. That's not All-Star Superman, right? That's Superman versus, I forget it's not the Society, it's someone else. But during that animated movie, which did a way better job of that, by the way, is the moment where he is like, "But yeah, I saw you kill my team," where the guy with the purple hair is yelling to Superman, like, "You just killed my whole team, you're a hypocrite," and he's like, "That's where you're wrong." Is it like Union Jack or something? Black Jack, Jack Star, I forget what his name is, but isn't it Jack or something? But anyways, he is telling to him, yes, there it is, Eric Caro, Superman versus the Elite. Yes, thank you. That movie is excellent. He's giving that speech at the end of the movie like he's already won. And he's like, "That's right. I will keep dreaming. Like, if you think I'm going to go down, you're living in a dream world." And he's like, "You're right. Dreams inspire us. Dreams lift us up. And because of that, I'll never stop dreaming. Ever." And he's so composed and so well-spoken when he's saying that. And that's Superman to me to a T. That's how emotionally compelling Superman is as a character. The way he's spewing out this word vomit against Lex Luthor in the movie, he's yelling through the top of everything. He's trying to yell louder than Lex Luthor to prove a point. And there's even those behind-the-scenes videos where even the actor David Cornsweet was not gelling with the script. He went up and argued with James Gunn, like, "I don't understand the logic behind this scene. I don't understand where Clark's coming from with this. His emotions don't make sense." And James Gunn is trying to prove his point. Now, you could say, "Oh, that's just how actors and directors work." And I've seen that take online so many goddamn times, and they're incredibly wrong. Because there have been times when actors and directors gel and they connect with each other and they collaborate. Actors and directors collaborate with one another to make sure that they get the job, they portray the character in the right way. And they even did that with Man of Steel, and clearly with Tom Holland and Destin Daniel Cretton with Brand New Day. James Gunn is so up his own ass that he was trying to make a Superman movie that felt like his vision and his vision alone, which is why he only wanted to make sure that Superman felt how he felt and how he wanted to portray Superman without any feedback, without any criticisms, without any whatever. And that's why that scene did not work for me. And he's yelling to the high heavens that he feels human. That's his greatest strength. The fact that he's a Kryptonian who learns how to become human should be his greatest strength. In fact, a better way to write it is that there are so many aliens in the DC universe. There's Martian Manhunters, there's Green Lanterns, there's the Hawk people, all that, and they all come from different races of. Clark Kent is the most human-looking alien out there by being a Kryptonian. He looks and acts just like a human does. That should be his greatest strength, is being, like, again, in Man of Steel, the bridge between two worlds. The bridge between Kryptonians and humans and connecting them together to bring peace to everyone. And that's what I love about Man of Steel, is because he is the best of both worlds. He is the best human and the best Kryptonian to unite people, to have them aspire to be what they are. And that's why it's called Man of Steel. That's why it's not called Superman, because it's the start of that version of Superman. And then that's why it's Batman v Superman. He actually is Superman. And then, yes, it gets a bit too much when they start idolizing him and comparing him to a god and all that. And there's no thugs here, whatever. The over exaggeration, the over exploitation, the over exposition of James Gunn's Superman is one of the worst, most amateur films I've ever seen in my entire life, and I couldn't stand anything about that movie. I rewatch from time to time the Superman versus Zod fight and the Superman versus Kryptonians in Smallville fight. I do not rewatch anything about Superman 2025 because that movie stank, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Superman ran over. Again, if you want to know what a good Superman portrayal looks like, watch Superman and Lois or watch My Adventures with Superman. Those adaptations of the character are peak, and those, in my opinion, are the best version of the character we've ever seen. Other than the animated version, other than the Justice League animated DCAU version, all that. Anyways, that was a lot. I apologize. We went on a huge tangent, but I cannot stand talking about James Gunn because I'm not a fan of James Gunn. Ghosty, I see you. Thank you so much for waiting. Did you send me an invite? I think you did. Ghosty Zero's Party, I believe that's you. I think I just joined your party. Let me know if I did. And wow. Sorry, rant over. I like Superman a lot, and I did not like anything about 2025 Superman, James Gunn's Superman. Ghosty, could you fix your mic, because I hear myself echoing in your mic, but welcome to the party. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy?
Hi there, how you doing?
Okay, now I'm done ranting. I was just swinging around ranting about Superman for 20 minutes, I think, but now I'm going to go and do, let's do another mission. I'm going to do a Peter mission. I did the first mission. Let's do, could do Bad Guys on the Block. I don't want to do a second chance. Let's do that. Hunt to live, live to hunt. Let's do that in the Brand New Day suit.
So, man, what a rant.
But do you understand where I'm coming from? In chat, let me know. Can you hear Ghosty in the party as well? And also, leave a like, share, subscribe, all that fun stuff. We're still playing Marvel Spider-Man 2. If you're joining, welcome. Insomniac Games added a brand new update for Marvel Spider-Man 2 for free. They added the Spider-Man Brand New Day suit in Marvel Spider-Man 2 and the Marvel Tokon Fighting Soul suit in the game as well for free, no charge. It's awesome. We're getting hyped for Brand New Day. We're talking about Brand New Day. I just went on a 20-minute rant complaining about James Gunn's Superman because I think it's ass. You heard it here first. Sorry, but now we're back talking about Spider-Man and getting hyped for Spider-Man. Ghosty, you're in the party now. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What is your take on Brand New Day? And they can hear you. Great. Chat can hear Ghosty. Perfect.
That's great. But okay, Brand New Day. I am cautiously optimistic about the movie, but I do agree that I also have my own set of concerns with the film.
Yes.
I do agree that there's a bit too much going on with the film because okay, we have Peter dealing with the events of No Way Home. We have Ned and MJ coming back to New York, which is a bit weird, and I still don't understand the need of bringing them back, which is because we thought we were done with them after No Way Home.
Yes.
But I get what they were doing because it's like, oh, they want to have Peter see the effects of the ending of No Way Home and seeing like how it is like to live in a world where everyone forgets who Peter Parker is, like they only know who Spider-Man is. And so I still have to wait and see how they handle that. But for now, I'm like somewhat like concerned with how they're gonna handle Ned and MJ, because to me at least it just looks like they're bringing them back because it's like, well, they were the main thing that people remember them for the previous movies, because we cannot bring any actual like characters from the comics. Instead of bringing Harry or I don't know, Gwen or any other character from the comics, instead they're like, let's just bring them back for some reason. I don't know.
It's also, I don't want to be that guy, but also Tom Holland and Zendaya are married, so I'm wondering if that's maybe a reason, maybe just because of their emotional attachment with each other, that, hey, you know, we already did these movies together, despite how No Way Home ended, do you want to be in the next one with me? It's like, yeah, that's an easy layup, I guess, but does that serve the story? Like would, I don't know, you know, I haven't seen Brand New Day yet, so I don't know how the movie is going to end or whatever, but I would be beyond upset if MJ and Ned remember Peter Parker. That should not happen in the movie, because the whole reason why people love No Way Home so much with the ending is because there were consequences to Peter's actions. With what he did, with executing the Forget Me spell and all that, and then wanting to, you know, cure the villains and everything, and resulting into Aunt May's death. And because of he wasn't able to do it fast enough and all that, and the spell got too out of hand, he had to lose the people that were most important to him. Aunt May's dead. Zendaya and Ned forget who he is. I keep calling her Zendaya. MJ, Michelle, and Ned forget who Peter Parker is. And in the end, at the very, very end, you know, you get that great scene. That's one of the best scenes in the movie, is where he's in the coffee shop and he's rehearsing this letter for MJ to have her remember who he is. And I don't know if anyone's noticed this. I might be the first person ever who's noticed this. So chat, make sure to clip me, make sure to reference me, because you heard it here first. The scene in the coffee shop is incredible for so many reasons. The first one is, again, it's just classic Peter Parker. He also looks like Peter Parker from the Spectacular Spider-Man, also just kind of in the fit that he's wearing. The jacket and the blue shirt. He looks like how Peter does in the winter of that show, where he wears the jacket with the blue shirt. So already A+ costume design on that. The other one is when he's rehearsing the letter, and he's like, I want a coffee, and he's like, Peter Parker, here's your coffee, and he pays for the coffee. MJ is, you know, taking the cash, and he was waiting this whole time just to kind of like talk to her. He's like, right, so I was going to tell you, and then it cuts to a shot of her with a scratch on her head because she got injured from the fight at the Statue of Liberty and all that. You know, she got hurt. And there was a scene in that fight in the, oh my god, I'm about to fall into fire. There was a scene in the Statue of Liberty fight where Peter, after he defeats Green Goblin and all that, and he checks on Ned and MJ, and he asks them, like, are you okay? Like, you know, he cured Norman. Everyone is safe. All the villains are cured. And he checks in with her. There's a very small line, like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, I'm okay. But she still has that scratch. If you notice, she has the scratch on her head, but she says, I'm okay. Then, in the coffee shop, he sees it on her head again, and like a Band-Aid on her head. And he sees, like, the same thing. Like, are you okay? And she says, it doesn't hurt anymore. Like, yeah, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. So she lied to Peter when he was Spider-Man, when she still knew he was Spider-Man, right before that he said, you're going to forget who I am, to reassure him, like, no, yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay. When really, she probably was almost, you know, she got nearly killed from Green Goblin, and she fell off the scaffolding, and she almost died. And she is probably traumatized. And she just wanted to say, I'm okay, because she loves Peter and she cares about Peter and all and his well-being or whatever. But really, she is probably, like, she was in pain and she was hurt and she was probably scared. And I'm assuming how the spell works is that, I haven't seen Brand New Day, what I'm assuming is that Ned and MJ remember the whole Statue of Liberty fight, and that they were there, and that Spider-Man, and that there are multiple Spider-Man saved them, like Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man saved MJ, but she just probably doesn't know who's under the mask. So, what I find interesting about that is that her true feelings, her real feelings were exposed at the very end of that sequence, saying, oh, it doesn't hurt anymore, when in reality it really did hurt, and that's why Peter makes the choice to not tell her. That's why he makes that decision to say, you know what, I've already caused her enough harm, I put her in harm's way, and my aunt's dead, I don't want her to get in trouble again for just knowing me. So when she asks, is there anything else that you need? And he stands there for a minute, and he ultimately says, no. No, I don't. I'll see you around, but I won't. Maybe see you around as a friend, like I'll just come back and forth in this coffee shop, but he should not have to, he should not at all reveal his true identity to her and Ned at all in Brand New Day. I would be so mad if they do that. And now, I won't, again, I haven't seen the movie, I don't know any spoilers, I don't know anything. I don't know what the ending of the movie is, but we've heard this from multiple reports in the past from people saying that the ending of the movie is rather divisive. And I don't know why that is, because I feel like if they showed, like, for example, what I've been theorizing, if the last frame of the movie, the reason why the movie's called Brand New Day is because of he'll get the black suit, and then they'll recreate that comic panel of him rising from the grave in the black suit. For the movie, since that's all they're doing in this movie is recreating comic panels for fan service, I would think that would not make people divisive about the future of MCU Spider-Man. I thought that would be really hype, and that's what everyone would want to see. But now, apparently, that's not the ending. Apparently, the ending's something else. And there's another reason why people are divisive about the movie. So I don't know why people are divisive. I'm not sure why people are upset or torn on the ending of the film. I don't know what the reason would be.
Then again, we still don't know what the ending of Brand New Day is going to be. So.
But you see what I'm coming from? Doesn't that just like make you and you guys in chat? Doesn't that make you appreciate the ending of No Way Home more, where MJ says, "Oh, it doesn't hurt anymore," and that proved to Peter that he did hurt her as Spider-Man. So that's why he distances himself from her to make that really mature choice. And that's why I thought the whole point of Brand New Day is that he is going to be alone, and that's where the symbiote will be introduced, and then we're going to get a really, really impactful version of Black Suit Spider-Man. But now, again, they're doing the Hulk, they're doing Punisher, they're doing Jean Grey, which we've all theorized that she's Jean Grey, but apparently one of the people who worked on the movie last night on the red carpet for the world premiere pretty much confirmed again that Sadie Sink is Jean Grey. And that's not a spoiler, because we all theorized that was what it was going to be. And we also know that Sadie Sink is returning in, I think, in Avengers Secret Wars. So they wouldn't do that if she was just playing some random character, So and they're introducing the X-Men in Doomsday. So it just makes sense that they're bringing her back in Secret Wars as Jean Grey. That just makes sense. Why the hell is she in the movie? I have no goddamn idea. But I don't want her to be in the movie just to build up another movie. I don't want Sadie Sink's role in this movie just to be a way so that they can promote Secret Wars. I want them to be in the movie just to tell a good Spider-Man story. No, Isaac, don't worry, we're not spoiling anything. We don't know. I haven't seen the movie. Ghosty hasn't seen the movie. We're just theorizing about what's going to happen. But in the chat, yeah, if anyone in the chat has seen the movie, yeah, please do not spoil the movie for anybody. That's not cool. Spoilers are not cool. So...
Absolutely. No spoilers, or otherwise you're gonna get banned.
Correct. But Ghosty, what do you think about that? Like, what's your take on all the stuff they're throwing in there? And for me, before I let you talk, I think the Hulk is in here just to take on the Lizard role. Like, it's clearly like Dr. Connors. That should be Dr. Connors. Am I wrong? Like the Hulk role of the scientist, like something is going on with Spider-Man. He's having a genetic mutation, he's having an increased strength, his black eyes, he's getting more rageful when he fights Scorpion, which all for me points to the symbiote, but I guess it's not. Whenever he has genetic problems or mutation problems, he goes to Dr. Connors. but now we're getting the Hulk instead. And I don't know if that's because we saw the Lizard already in No Way Home, but I don't know.
I was actually gonna say something along the lines of like, I would have much rather, like, if I had the chance to replace Jean Grey with any other character, I would have easily replaced it with Daredevil.
Okay, I'm gonna be really upset if Daredevil is not in the movie. Because why the hell then are the Hand in the movie? Because if the Hand in the movie, then that means either Daredevil or clearly what we're seeing in the game, Wolverine. Marvel's Wolverine invites the Hand. But why in the world are the Hand here if they're not gonna showcase Daredevil, which, from what I remember, he's in jail by the end of Season 2 of Born Again, which I have not seen. I have not seen Born Again Season 1 or 2, but I know what happens. I know what happens at the end of the movie just because I wanted to be prepared for Brand New Day. But if he's in jail, then shouldn't that be freaking the Daredevil and the Hand fighting each other than Spider-Man? Otherwise, why is the Hand here? What's going on? Like, I don't know what is happening, so... Who knows?
And I have the feeling that they were probably thinking of bringing Dr. Connors or the Lizard into Brand New Day, but someone at Marvel was probably like, but hey, what if instead the Lizard we got the Hulk, because we haven't done anything with the Hulk in quite a while.
Right, and again, but is that the MCU stuff, just doing MCU? Like, is the Hulk gonna be in Doomsday? And they want to make him Rage Hulk again to fight Doctor Doom?
Well, as far as we know, Mark Ruffalo is not in Doomsday.
The Hulk is not in Doomsday.
Nope.
Then that's even more interesting. So what is that, like, why? So then why are they spending all this time to bring back Rage Hulk if he's not even going to be in the next Avengers movie? Is he going to die? I don't think the Hulk would die by the end of this movie.
Man, that'll be insane if they actually do that. Like, they bring back classic Hulk.
There's no way that he could die, right? Like, how? And also, hot take, I brought this up in my most recent Spidey Squad seminar where I recapped all the MCU stuff from the panel at Comic-Con. So if you want to check that video out, definitely sign up to my channel memberships, because you'll definitely be, you'll get the full extent of my conversation on that. But again, I don't care if Peter has stronger webbing. Apparently the organic webbing is so strong that he's able to cut through the skin of the Hulk. Like, that's how strong the tensile strength is for the webs, for the organic webs. I don't care if his senses are heightened. I don't care if he has a power-up for some reason. There is no way on Earth that Spider-Man should be able to defeat the Hulk. I just don't think that makes sense in the slightest. And if anything, I feel like the Hulk fight might happen near, like, the third act of the movie. And that would be where Peter might, like, again, there's rumors that Peter might die by the end of this movie. So I'm thinking that he's going to defeat the Hulk nearly, but then Hulk might let him win somehow, and then Bruce Banner's going to revert back, Hulk's going to revert back to Bruce Banner, but Peter might win by near death. Like, he would win, like, almost barely in that fight against Hulk. And then that's when you get that shot with Punisher carrying Spider-Man's body in the hospital, because again, they're all recreating these iconic comic panels, so you can pretty much tell what the movie's going to be if they're doing all this comic book recreation stuff. And have it so that the Hulk beats Spider-Man, or Spider-Man could beat Hulk, but only, like, by the skin of his teeth. So, who knows?
Yeah, it just seems like a bit of a jumbled mess from what we see in the trailers, and, like, there's no... Then again, like, we still don't know what the story of the film is going to be, because all I wanted to see in the Spider-Man movie is to see, like, a Peter who is, like, just actually focused on his own, I guess, like, on his own, like him being in isolation and him trying to, like deal with the consequences of No Way Home. That's the movie that I wanted to see, mainly.
Yeah. And I just think, again, the whole... how they set it up in No Way Home was so perfect for the black suit and the storyline, especially since that was the post-credit scene of No Way Home with the Venom symbiote from Tom Hardy's universe. And whatever, Sony being stupid where they said they could have done something with Venom and Spider-Man together, but they didn't. So who the hell knows what's going on at this point. But I just wish that, the payoff was there, and the whole point of, he gets this mutation of getting better organic webbing, he's stronger, he's faster, he has heightened senses. That's all black suit shit! That's all the black suit, so it's like, why are they not doing the black suit when they're clearly doing the black suit, Like, that's just my personal biased because I love the Black Suit storyline so much, but I'm just like, I'm gonna be mad if they don't do it at this point because they set up perfectly in No Way Home. And even Destin Daniel Cretton at the world premiere, he said that, like, the reason why I'm so happy from John Watts is because of the place he put Spider-Man at the end of the last movie with No Way Home and his connection to not knowing Ned and MJ and him being by himself. And also because of him being by himself, introducing the Black Suit at the darkest point of his life would have been peak. But they're not doing it, apparently, somehow, maybe, I don't know. But it doesn't seem like they're going to do it, so I don't know what is going on.
We should too.
Man, like, Sony
Am I crazy?
Doing
Like, what? Like, I don't know.
Sony just doing their own shenanigans, I guess.
Really?
Who knows?
Like,
Everything up. You were.
no, but like,
Sorry,
overall,
Straight Edge Knight 19. This ranting is helping me get through work right now. Thank you so much, Straight Edge Knight. Really appreciate your support. I'm glad my ranting can bring you guys joy. I mean, let me guys know if you're enjoying my ranting. Leave a like for the rants, but you guys never hear me talk like this in my mainstream videos, you know, because I'm always talking very formally and professionally and logistically and educationally, especially since I'm a communications major. I have a very direct dialect when talking and a very profound tone in my news reporting context when I discuss news for videos. But this is bullshit. I'm sorry. This is all like, this is so nuts with what they're doing with not doing Black Suit, but kind of pretty much doing the Black Suit in Brand New Day, you know? Like, I'm tired, man. I'm tired.
I just thought of the meme of like, oh, I want Black Suit Spider-Man. Mom, we have Black Suit Spider-Man at home.
Wait, say
I don't
again?
know if you saw the meme of like, oh, Mom, I want Black Suit Spider-Man, and then the mother says, oh, we have Black Suit Spider-Man at home.
Oh, right, yeah.
And it's just like Brand New Day Spider-Man, just like doing stuff that normally he would do with the Black Suit, but
isn't doing with the Black Suit for no reason. I also feel so bad for Michael Mando because if you guys don't know, Michael Mando is literally acting legend status from Better Call. I think he's in Narcos, but he's amazing. He's also playing Bane in the recent Batman Nightfall animated movie. He's gonna kill it. He's playing Scorpion after waiting 9 years to play Scorpion, and if that's all we get of him, with you know, he is fighting Tom Holland. He fights Tom Holland a couple times, Peter, a couple times in the movie. One in the winter, and then the other that we see in the trailer in the truck fight where he slams him against the cop car. If that's the last time we see him and he's just dead after that, I'm gonna feel mad also because, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, not using Michael Mando more, but also so upset that after waiting so long he just gets wrecked from one slam from Tom Holland, and that's all he needed. It's just a single slam.
Jesus Christ. Our good friend Spidey Outcast.
Our boy, yes.
He says, "Sup, Evan? Care that I joined the party?" Says our boy.
Our one only Spidey Outcast from the Spidey Squad. Also, he was at Comic-Con, by the way. He got to see, I believe, both the Marvel's Wolverine and Marvel Tokon panel live in person at Comic-Con. He's the best. Everyone go make sure to follow and subscribe to Spidey Outcast because he's goated status. Yes, Andrew, if it goes to you, could invite Spidey Outcast to the party. That'd be great. And it's already over 2. Maybe we'll stream for like another hour if so, but I'll also wait and see if Franco joins on relatively soon and we can get that. Ezak, what if Michael Mando gets the symbiote? That's exactly what I was just going to say. I was going to say I would feel so bad for Michael Mando if he's only used as Scorpion for that little introductory fight and then he's gone for the rest of the movie because he shared photos of himself on Instagram, or just photos on his Instagram of him, Scorpion from the comics, and him with the symbiote, Scorpion with the symbiote, Mac Gargan as Venom. And I'm like, well, here we fucking go. We're going to get Mac Gargan Venom from Michael Mando. It's like, yes, because no wonder they waited so long, because this would make the most amount of sense. He would be enraged after getting treated like crap from Spider-Man. He would be so mad. He would vow revenge against Spider-Man. Spider-Man would get the black suit in this movie, and then by the end of the movie, they tease Venom with Michael Mando as Venom. That would be the coolest thing I've ever seen in my goddamn life. They set up perfectly, but no. They gotta do Jean Grey, they gotta do the Punisher, they gotta do Hulk, and I just don't understand it, you know? And again, like I said, if you are in the crowd thinking that Spider-Man 3 was overcrowded, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3 movie, or even Marvel Spider-Man 2 thinking that the game was overcrowded with a lot of stuff, meanwhile the movie is juggling freaking the Incredible Hulk, Punisher, Jean Grey, a Boomerang, Tarantula, the Hand, Scorpion, am I forgetting anybody? Ramrod, Tombstone, MJ, Ned not knowing who he is, but might know who he is. It sounds like a mess. So I don't know why people are giving that a pass, but they're hyped for that, but they weren't. They think some people think Spider-Man 3 is garbage. When I really like Spider-Man 3. I don't love it. I don't think it's the best thing ever, but I really like Spider-Man 3 more than most people do.
But to put it simply in simple terms is that we both and I we are excited for the movie. It's just that we have concerns and worries of what the movie could potentially turn out if it's not good.
And we're gonna be there day one, so don't say like Evan's an MCU hater, Ghosty's an MCU hater. We're Insomniac stands, which I will wear the Insomniac stand badge proudly on me because Insomniac Spider-Man, as I've said, is the best version of Spider-Man, and they know it since they're using the representation of the games in Brand New Day. Literally, people are saying Spider-Man Brand New Day is Insomniac Spider-Man the movie, which I've been saying since day zero, so shut the hell up, anyone who disagrees otherwise. But anyways, I'm just kidding, but my point was, and I've said this, you'll see my review with my dad for Spider-Man No Way Home back in 2021. We talked about this, like it would be a mistake at this point if that was literally a quote from me, it would be a mistake if the movies did not take inspiration from the animated movies and the games. Not just Insomniac's games, but all the Spider-Man games. But they mainly use the Insomniac games because they know how goddamn goated they are. So they know it. They got to catch up with how good these games are, and hopefully Brand New Day will be the start of that. So we will see. And also our boy, yes, Franco is here. My boy, sorry I'm late. Traffic was absolutely crazy, but I'm finally home. And I hope you've been having fun with trying out the new suits. You're the best. Love you, bro. Thank you, Franco. If you're available, I would love to have you join the party as well. So, Ghosty, if you could join both Franco and Spy Outcast to the party would be amazing. And I think one of them just joined. Our boy, Andrew, is here. What is up, Andrew?
What's up? Can you guys hear me good?
Oh, my God, my boy. It's been ages. It's been ages.
Right? It's been years since I've done one of these.
I
streams.
know,
it's been
man.
Long.
It's been a long time coming, buddy.
Especially Evan.
Oh,
good to
thank
hear
you.
your voice again.
Well, I'm so happy that you got to enjoy Comic-Con, and those photos you sent looked amazing. But yeah, Andrew, guys, again, he makes great content. Follow, subscribe. He's the best. And he was able to watch the Hall H panels for both, I think, Marvel's Wolverine and Marvel Tokon at Comic-Con. So that was hype. That was hype.
Dude, I can't even tell you just how awesome it was with both the panels for Wolverine and freaking Marvel Token. It was so freaking awesome. It was probably one of the best panels I saw during my time there. And I also did see, I don't think I told you this, Evan, but I also did attend the God of War La Fey panel, which was also really awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
I kid you not. When they showed the release date, I was literally the first one to text in our group chat on Discord. It's coming out this date. You heard it here first before the internet goes and tells it for you. You heard it from me first.
Andrew got the scoop, ladies and gentlemen. Which, by the way, chat, can you guys hear Andrew? By the way, I think we're able to hear Andrew in the chat, but let us know if you can or cannot hear Andrew.
Yeah, I made sure that my voice, I checked my settings before I hopped on, and hopefully I am being heard, but...
nice, yes, man, they can hear you perfect. Yeah, don't worry, sometimes I'm worried about me, because you guys know me, especially Ghosty, I barely stream. I only stream on rare occasions, so it's usually always my setup that's messed up, not you guys. But speaking of streaming, by the way, we're doing this today. Marvel Spider-Man 2 gets the Brand New Day suit and the Tokon suit, but... I hopefully, since I'm going to be seeing Brand New Day on the 30th, the 31st will be available for me, and on that day, July 31st, they're going to add the Marvel Rivals Spider-Man Brand New Day suit in Marvel Rivals. So I'm going to be definitely playing that as well, playing some games with you guys if you want to join in that as well. Talking about my review for Brand New Day in more depth too, and talking about the skin in the game, which I think, so what we know right now, it's like an MCU blowout. So for Marvel Rivals, they're going to release the Spider-Man Brand New Day suit, and the Hulk Brand New Day suit, as well as Scarlet Witch from Age of Ultron, and I think Winter Soldier from Winter Soldier, like his movie suit. So that is peak, and for me, I'm Lord status for both Spider-Man and Scarlet Witch. So I'm going to be buying the Spider-Man suit and the Scarlet Witch suit day one, for sure.
For me, it's just Spider-Man because I am Lord as Spider-Man in Marvel Rivals.
You're Lord of Spider-Man Marvel Rivals? Nice.
Yeah.
So I just started watching your stream, Evan, and so far from what I'm getting from the stream, it sounds like from what you all are talking about, it sounds like you guys have concerns for the new Spider-Man movie, Brand New Day. Is
more of the sense of like, we don't think it's going to be bad, but we're just like, I'm worried that the movie might be a bit too overstuffed with all these other extra characters. I also, like I said earlier, I don't want MJ and Ned to remember Peter. If they do that, then this movie, depending on how they do it, whatever, but if the movie does that where he ends up remembering, or they end up remembering Peter as Spider-Man, that's going to ruin the movie for me, personally.
Yeah,
that's why the ending of No Way Home works so well, and that's also why this movie exists in the first place. That's what the director said, Destin Daniel Cretton, that he loves how the movie ended, Spider-Man No Way Home, where it ended Peter's journey in that film and how it sets up Brand New Day. So if they go against that by making MJ and Ned remember Peter, I think that's going to do a disservice to the whole point of No Way Home and the consequences that Peter learns from that movie.
Yeah, it would just undermine the previous movie, literally.
Yeah.
So I definitely can understand that.
Right. Noxious Donnie asks, probably an obvious question, Evan, are you going to buy Marvel Tokon? Do you play many fighting games? Yes, I am going to buy Marvel Tokon, and I'm going to buy it physically. Everyone should also buy it physically for the game because I love supporting physical media. But I also got to play the closed beta of the game last year in 2025. I did not play the open beta this weekend because I was busy with other stuff, job-related searching stuff. But I did not play the open beta. I did play the closed beta, and I loved it. And I thought it was excellent. And Spider-Man, of course, it is my main. And they're adding the Advanced Suit 2.0 in the game as well. So, you know, I'm buying not just the physical edition, but I'm doubling down. When I buy the physical edition, I'm also going to buy the Ultimate Edition bundle as well, with just for that suit. And I do play, funny enough, I think I've said this in previous streams, Ghosty should definitely know this, and I think Andrew as well, that I don't play like fighting games like Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter, but one of my all-time favorite fighting games is Soul Calibur. Yep, Soul Calibur 2. Yeah. I think Soul Calibur 2 is my favorite fighting game of all time. Either that between 2 or 3. I played all the Soul Caliburs, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Even when I was in college with my roommate, shout out Chris, when I was in San Francisco State University, him and I would play Soul Calibur when we were done with our classes and just fight each other in game, fighting against custom characters, and it was a blast. And I love Soul Calibur, but I'm not too big on, like, again, the 2D fighting games like Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter as much. But I did play, you know, Marvel vs. Capcom. I also bought the Marvel vs. Capcom arcade collection with the, you know, the big collection of games physically as well. That's also a physical game I own. But I have that, and I also played, you know, Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and Infinite as well. Yeah, so I played a lot of fighting games. I just prefer the more 2D, or sorry, 2.5 3D-esque fighting games versus the straight 2D ones. But Tokon, again, even though it is a 2D fighting game, and it's a tag fighter, which is kind of a less for me because I'm not too big on tag fighters either, I get the mechanics. When I played the closed beta, the mechanics are kind of a lot at once, but the more you play, the more you understand on how it works. And it's very user-friendly. it's very easy to get a hang of the controls the more you play it. So I'm definitely going to be playing it day one, and I'm definitely going to be picking it up. Yeah, Ultimate Edition, day one buy. Same thing, Marvel's Wolverine also, getting the physical edition day one, and I'll just buy the digital deluxe edition add-on, which, in case you guys don't know, they've said that's going to be the case. You can buy the game physically, but then if you want the 5 extra suits in the game, you can either buy it just from the, what? The lizard escaped? Come on now. I was so close. You can either buy it just being the digital deluxe edition, or you can buy the game physically, then get the suits extra for $10. So that's the kind of trade-off there for the costumes.
So like,
Evan,
you can get
what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just gonna say, so like if you get it physically, you can still get the upgrade for $10.
Yeah, exactly. And even though you guys know me, I'm not too, Spider-Man's my favorite superhero of all time. I also said, which exclusive here, in case you guys want to know how serious I am about my Spidey Squad seminars, I'm really serious about them, and my boy Franco Greco, who should be joining the party soon can vouch for me on this. I did a seminar, member exclusive, talking about another Marvel game that Insomniac Games is making besides Spider-Man, Wolverine, and now the heavily rumored Venom game, which could come out next year if we're so lucky. There's another game that they're making in Marvel, and my point to the video is, and Andrew, also, I'm so glad you're here because you can attest to this. When you saw Wolverine in Comic-Con, you were in Hall H. What was the crowd's reaction to the story trailer? Was it like a lot of cheers or average cheers, or what was the reception from fans?
Dude, I can't even put into words just how awesome it was. And especially hearing the people on the panel talk about how important this game is. Like, I will tell you at one point, oh gosh, I'm forgetting the actress name off the top of my head. But the actress who plays Jean Grey, I kid you not, like when she was into the story, she was actually getting very emotional about it, and that alone,
she was in tears.
That tells you that they really do care about telling this story and just making not just a good Wolverine game, but a good game in general. Like, you can really tell that they were really invested in wanting to make such an awesome game for the fans. And oh my gosh, it was so awesome to be able to witness that in person. I'm not gonna lie, like when I saw her start to almost break down and cry, it almost got me. It got me like, really in the field, because I could feel that, because I could feel the emotion and how much this game really means to them. I mean, even the actor for Wolverine says how this is the most collaborative project he has ever been involved with because of how collaborative Insomniac Games is. And it was just hearing them be so passionate about the game, and just hearing you can literally hear the passion out of them, the way everyone talks about the game. You could tell that they really, really care. And oh my gosh, I can't really, I don't know how else to really put it all into words, but I think they're really gonna make an absolute banger with this game, especially after witnessing that panel in person. Like, they're gonna do great. I'm 100% positive about that.
Totally.
And for those in the chat, I only, because I don't show my face publicly, so I only got to show it with the squad members.
Nice.
But I actually got a photo. You'll know this already, boys, but I got a photo with the Wolverine statue at the con, which is awesome. And
did you get your own pairs of claws in the comic?
Oh yeah, I got them, and I got those good old goodies. I didn't get in line, sadly, for that essential head statue because it was like capped out. I kid you not, like, yeah, and I kid you not, and I'm not even kidding when I say this, but lines get capped out pretty quick, especially if it's like Marvel stuff in particular. But I did at least get I at least got some photo of myself by the Sentinel head
Yeah.
It's subset, so I at least did get a photo with it, even if it wasn't right next to it. But still, the whole experience at Comic-Con was amazing, especially that Wolverine.
That's
that
peak.
Wolverine panel. I can't even really. There's no other words to put it. It was awesome.
I also wonder if the general audience of people who were there for Comic-Con for the MCU stuff, I wonder if they thought that the Wolverine, I know there was the poster on there saying it was from the PS5 game, but I wonder if the general audience may have thought that that was for an MCU thing rather than the game. You know, like, I wonder if they thought, is this for Doomsday? It's like, no, actually, that's the Insomniac game. But that's awesome. That's super cool. And yeah, like I've said, the story is what I'm the most interested in about the game so far, because I want to know what's going on with their version of the X-Men, and not the X-Men don't exist, but building up the X-Men, you know, and Logan's character in the story, and his connection to Jean Grey and Mystique and Sabretooth and everyone. And Anonymous Throne even said, not sold on Wolverine's gameplay yet. Exactly. I'm right there with you, and maybe that's the reason I didn't get invited to the press event. I'm not sure. But I've said in videos, like, again, and I mean, people might dislike this take, I don't know, but the reason why the Insomniac games work for me is the variety of characters you can play as. And yes, sometimes the MJ stuff messes with the pacing of the story, but you get to experience things that you never get to see in any other form of Spider-Man media, especially a video game, because if you just want to play as Spider-Man and Spider-Man alone, then go play Web of Shadows, go play the movie tie-in games, go play Shattered Dimensions, you know, Ultimate Spider-Man, all that is the biggest emphasis of the games from Insomniac. And I even did a Spidey Squad seminar about this, which Franco, our boy, is here in the party as well. He may have seen that one, talking about the quality of the games right now. If you've noticed, like you just said that whole time, Andrew, talking about Jean Grey, her actress, how invested she is in the story, her performance. These games nowadays, whether we like it or not, the biggest draw of the games isn't really the gameplay, it is the story. Because that's why these models, like the character models in the story trailer for Logan and Sabretooth and Jean Grey, they look so lifelike with the textures of the actors and the facial capture models of all that. They look so graphically realistic and detailed. And that is the emphasis of the story of these games nowadays, because the game is just another avenue to tell a more engaging story. You know what I'm saying? Like the God of War games, the same thing. Like the gameplay is amazing for all those God of War games, the new Norse God of War games, and God of War Laufey looks cool too. But the story is the main reason why people are interested in the game in the first place, you know? And for me,
especially if we're talking.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you go.
I was just gonna say, like, what you were saying with God of War, especially, like, the reason, like, especially the Norse games are so good is because of its story, and it's a great big contrast compared to the Greek games. To anyone who's played the older games, where they're a lot more gameplay first, story second, and more of a hack and slash, whereas the Norse games, it's become the opposite now, where the story is just really, really good.
Exactly, and that's why the characters and the actors, that's why you see big movie level actors, these TV, you know, Hollywood actors, Deborah Ann Woll, Jack Quaid, my boy, Superman, and also Huey from The Boys. Oi, Huey, you gotta be a cube. All that in God of War. You know, they're getting all these Hollywood level actors in these games now because the story and the performances is what is the highest selling point. And Wolverine, like I said, the story is what I'm most engaged in right now with the game. To answer this question, to go all the way back, because the gameplay is what I'm worried about, because all it is Angry Man the game, as it stands right now. It's slashing with your claws, it's pouncing with your claws, it's dismembering with your claws, and that is it. And even more so because they confirmed that only Logan is the only playable character in Wolverine. Now, that's both a good thing and a bad thing, because, yes, the game is called Marvel's Wolverine, and you want the game to be a fully dedicated Wolverine, claws out, slashing, gashing, gouging, dismembering experience, just like the X-Men Origins Wolverine game. But with how I personally love some of my favorite missions in Marvel Spider-Man 2 is the MJ Black Suit mission, where you're chasing after, you know, asleep Peter in the black suit and you run away from him. That's such a great sequence in the game. The Venom mission, of course, is one of the best Marvel things ever made, in my opinion, in this game. That's why he deserves his own game. Also, to respect the late, great GOAT, Tony Todd, who seemingly recorded all the lines for the Venom game. We just need to have it released now. That's what it seems like happened for the story of Venom and all that. And with Wolverine, I feel like it's an easy layup, especially if they're going to do not a Wolverine 2. If the game does well, they would go right into an X-Men game, then teasing that with a playable Jean Grey, using her telekinesis powers and all that, I feel like would have made a lot of sense. But what they confirmed, only Logan is playable, and that is fine, only if the variety of gameplay with the motorcycle chasing, the claw combat, and the stealth mechanics are varied enough to provide that amount of depth to a 15 to 20 hour long game, just doing that over and over again, you know? And since it's not open world, there's also no traversal to engage you within exploring the game. Like for me, like I have it in my room. You've seen my poster hung up when I do face recording videos. I freaking love Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy from Eidos Montreal. That game is amazing. And Star-Lord is the only playable character. And that game did not get old at all because the story was engaging. There was also upgrades also for not just Star-Lord, but also the other Guardians with Rocket, Groot, Gamora, and Drax. They all have their different upgrade trees to upgrade them and expand the combat more. But Logan is the combat. It's his claws that are the combat, you know? Whereas Star-Lord had up-close combat, he had his blasters, and team-up attacks. Spider-Man, he has his webs, environmental takedowns, special moves, the symbiote powers, all this stuff. Logan, it's just claws. It's only claws, you know? So that is my only worry right now, and I hope that the amount of variety that they can do for a character like Logan will be as just amount of what we've seen with Peter and Miles in the Insomniac games. I'm not dissing Insomniac. I'm just hoping for the best outcome when it comes to Wolverine's core gameplay.
Yeah, I can definitely. Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just gonna say, no, yeah, like, I think what Evan is saying is completely, like, understandable and fair. Like, I also have, like, I mean, yes, I understand that, you know, the game is called Marvel's Wolverine, you know, it's not called Marvel's Team X or
Wolverine,
you know,
and
whatever.
Jean Grey, or, yeah, you know, so.
Yeah, so it's like, I get where he's coming from. I just hope that, like, if they really want to make Logan as like the main character in this game, it has to be a story that is so, like, it's what they said, like, it's gonna be a more, you know, mature, more darker, and more brutal story with Logan, and like, you know, that's why the game, you know, that's why the writer of this game is the same guy who did, what was it, Spec Ops: The Line, which is like one of the darkest games to ever be made.
Yep.
And that's why the game is M-rated, because they really want to emphasize that, like, yeah, this is a different type of game. This Logan is nothing like Spider-Man. So I just hope that, like, the story, and that's why I hope my main hope is that I want the story to be like something so like dark and like violent, but also something, you know, a movie that story that still has its, like, you know, emotional and human moments between Logan and Jean and all these other characters.
Yep.
And yeah, like, that's, I just hope that the story is really good enough to solidify Logan being the only playable character.
And I'm so glad you just mentioned that with Logan and Jean, and Andrew, I'll let you chime in on this too and what your thoughts are, because you were at the panel and hearing them talk about this connection between Logan and Jean. But me, I've always viewed Logan as a mentor / father figure first, and an X-Men second, because he's always kind of leaves the X-Men from time to time, or he sometimes feels like he doesn't belong in the team, where he then later learns to then join the team and be part of that family, which is why Cyclops is always seen as the leader of the X-Men, and Scott Summers is that anchor for what makes the X-Men so special, and that's been proven time and time and again, and even more in recent years thanks to X-Men 97 and even his showcase in X-Men Evolution, which is my opinion. I didn't grow up with X-Men 97. I did grow up with X-Men Evolution. X-Men Evolution is my favorite X-Men piece of media of all time. I love it so much. And I mean X-Men 97, like the original X-Men 97, the original OG 90s X-Men show. Da-na-na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na. I didn't grow up with that. I grew up with da-na-na-na-na-na-na from the X-Men Evolution theme. That theme slaps, which is why it's my 101 intro for Marvel's Wolverine. But this relationship between Logan and Jean Grey scares me, because I also, two reasons why it scares me. One, I hope that this does not mean that they're not going to show Mariko Yoshida in the game, who I've wanted in the game since day one. I love Logan's relationship with Mariko, and it gives a very, if you guys have seen this movie with Tom Cruise, The Last Samurai vibes with Tom Cruise's character and the general's wife who he killed, but they end up falling in love with each other in a way, or she at least respects him because it wasn't out of evil or anguish that she killed, dying an honorable death. But that movie is so good, and I love Logan and Mariko's relationship in a way from that too, because there's so much dynamic with Logan's stoicism and old age and all that, and how Mariko really respects Logan, and almost is kind of the one to tame him in a way. But the reason why Logan and Jean works is when Scott Summers is there as like the main love interest between Jean, because it's almost like an unspoken love between Logan and Jean in the comics, and even of course in the Fox X-Men movies. But this, it's like there's no Cyclops anywhere, and it's just right from the jump Logan and Jean together. And it'd be like, I'm trying to think of it in a Spider-Man comparison. It'd be like if Peter's first girlfriend was Black Cat instead of Mary Jane. You know? It's like, well, the only reason why Black Cat works is because of Peter's love for Mary Jane, and then he moves on from her, and then they find this relationship with each other, because Felicia Hardy originally does not like when Peter unmasks himself as Spider-Man. But then, of course, in great stories, in my opinion, a great story like Spider-Man, The Evil That Men Do, that whole story is about Felicia loving Peter for Peter, and understanding that she was young when she made that mistake of pushing Peter away when he unmasked himself, and like, I know I only love Spider-Man, and she regrets that, and she's always regretted that because of how much she loves Peter for Peter and Spider-Man. And that's why that relationship works even more, because why do you think she's a playable character in Marvel Rivals? Why do you think Black Cat's a playable character in Marvel Rivals? Not only because of how Nenny's is peak, and they know that every swimsuit skin that she gets is going to make $1 billion, but also because her prominence in the Marvel lore is so important to Peter and his relationship, and also just as a great Marvel character, because she's grown as a character. And of course she has a cool power set as well. But that's why, you know, the whole reason why there's such a big fan base of Felicia is because she's like Spider-Man's lost flame. You know, like, Peter loves Felicia.
Basically, Spider-Man's Catwoman.
But also, like, Spider-Man's equal in a way, because Mary Jane, while Peter loves MJ, she's not on an equal footing, because Felicia will be able to fight the Sinister Six, or an Avengers-level threat, or something that's like Venom, you know? She would be able to go against that if Spider-Man asked for her help, because she loves him and protecting him. And she's there for him both inside the suit and outside the suit, but Peter just loves MJ more just because MJ is always there for him. But Black Cat has grown so much as a character. So my whole point is starting this X-Men game, this Wolverine game with Logan and his love interest with Jean Grey instead of Mariko or someone else, you know? It's just Jean off the bat, especially in this post-Cyclops aura farming era, you know, where we're getting Cyclops in X-Men 97. My favorite version of Cyclops is X-Men Evolution Cyclops, you know, and Doomsday, you know, yeah. So there's so much Cyclops revival going on that it seems almost out of touch now to do a love story between Jean Grey and Logan. And I don't think that dynamic works without Cyclops. And there might be people like Andrew, you saw the panel where Liam McIntyre pulled out a picture of his son Drew with Logan and Cyclops meeting. Yeah. So that was teased like, oh, is Cyclops in the game? I don't think that's a tease of him in the game. But it would be cool if he is somehow in like maybe like a post-credit scene or something. That's like the teaser for the X-Men game if Insomniac does that in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, before I want to say what I want to say, first off, the King has joined the chat, y'all.
Yes,
Hey
our
there,
boy
Franco.
Franco Greco. I'm so sorry, Franco. I didn't mean to talk that long.
No,
What is up,
you're
buddy?
okay.
I was
I'm
rambling
okay,
so
yeah.
hard. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, the whole point was like Black Cat and Cyclops, and it's like I'm not crazy, right? Like, you guys understand what I'm talking about, right? Like, I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
just. It's just it'd be like, again, what if the first love interest for Insomniac Spider-Man instead of MJ was Carly Cooper or something, you know? It's like, or Anna Marie, like the Doc Ock girlfriend from Superior Spider-Man. Like, that does not fit
Yeah.
at all, you know? So it's very tonally off, you know? So
Yeah, I totally understand. And also, I kind of want to go back to something you had said like just a moment ago. And I don't know about you guys, but one thing that I do like about this game is that it's actually a linear game. And don't get me wrong, I like open world superhero games, but I don't think every game needs to be an open world experience.
Yes, and
I
also
Correct.
get
let's.
depending on the character, and I can appreciate that they're doing linear to tell like one story. I don't know about you all.
And also, let's all be honest. We're all kind of tired of open world games.
Yeah, I don't blame you one bit, and I also want to go to what you were saying about the whole Wolverine and Jean Grey. I remember at the panel they were talking about their relationship in the game and basically the gist of it. And also, it is kind of interesting to see that there's not only is there no X-Men in the game, but because of that, from what I gather, there's going to be no Cyclops in the game, which I could definitely see why that's kind of weird. And the way they go talk about their relationship in the game is that because Jean has been on her own, you know, saving all these mutants and whatsoever, they end up finding each other, and the way they talk about it is they say that they basically like need each other because of what they've been through with Jean on
Right.
the run, and then Wolverine with, you know, his, I guess you could say, tragic backstory with Weapon X and just what he's gone through for like probably 200 years at this point. So
Or more.
I am.
yeah, how
Yeah,
old he is in this?
Yeah.
depending on where this game is in the timeline, which also leads to another question that I have is when do you think this game will take place? Do you think it will take place after Marvel Spider-Man 2?
That's
Or
the
maybe
thing. I'm
in
very.
between the games?
I don't know. I would think so, right? I mean, but then it'd be like,
Yeah.
because it's like, you know, chronologically after Marvel Spider-Man 2, it'd be weird if this takes place before it somehow, and then maybe, or, you know, that could be maybe an interesting thing if they did it. Maybe even what if they did it before Spider-Man PS4, because then what if by the time Marvel Spider-Man 3 arrives, then all of a sudden the X-Men exist? And it's like, oh, wait, the X-Men
Yeah.
already exist,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden they don't have to worry about building it up because now it happened a long time ago. So that, like, what if the stories were happening simultaneously, like the events of Wolverine were happening while Spider-Man PS4 was happening?
would be
Because then it'd be like, because then it'd be like, if we're playing Wolverine, it would be weird if it's like, so you guys know that a goddamn alien invasion almost happened, right? And are you gonna acknowledge like anything that happened with New York and Venom and all that? Like, I don't know, but that would be hilarious. But I don't know. Yeah, that's an interesting question. I am wondering when the game takes place. Now that I think about it, I think ideally maybe having it take place in between like Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales would be cool, rather than immediately after Spider-Man 2, because then maybe the events of X-Men can kind of correlate after Marvel Spider-Man 2, and then if we get Venom, then obviously Venom takes place after Marvel Spider-Man 2, but then maybe like the X-Men game could be happening on its own end of the Marvel universe, on like wherever the X-Men game takes place.
That reminds me, I can't remember what exactly it was, and I don't know if you guys caught, but I did see someone make a post that there's a Easter egg in, I think it was one of the Wolverine trailers that had Fisk, I think, on a building or something like
Yeah,
that.
Fisk.
You all know
Totally.
what I'm talking about?
That was awesome.
It makes me wonder. It makes me wonder even more when this game takes place. Like, does it take place before the first game? Since at the beginning of the first game, Fist goes to prison. This is the very first boss fight that you fight in the game, and he gets locked up for the rest of the game. So I wonder, is this before?
Yeah.
That's the thing I'm kind of confused about.
And also, there was another one in the state of play gameplay trailer at the beginning when they showed like the little sizzle reel. In one of the shots, you can actually see the Roxxon logo in one of the buildings in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Roxxon building. So that means that like, oh, Roxxon exists outside of New York. So.
And same with Fist. Like, oh, it's been the whole first game taking him down, and then he just has a whole empire over in Madripoor. Like, oh, damn. That didn't do anything then. Like, yeah. That's crazy. But yeah, again, I love that world building. I also love I love to see again Insomniac going out there, Spider-Man side of the Marvel Universe, and now the X-Men side of the Marvel Universe. And like Franco knows, since he saw my Spidey Squad seminars, that could lead into the next Marvel game that they could make in the future. That may or may not be another Marvel hero that is not Spider-Man or Wolverine or X-Men or Venom, but someone else completely different. And if you guys want to find out who that is, which I will tell both Andrew and Ghosty after the stream is over. But if you, the viewer, want to find out which other Marvel character that is being made into a AAA video game from Insomniac in the future, definitely sign up to the Spidey Squad membership here. We love you guys over there. You get a great lot of awesome perks for the seminars. You also get channel emojis and badges, access to sneak peeks for upcoming videos, and also insights about the gaming industry and the job industry and the Disney industry, since I worked at the Disney College program for a full year. So that is where I learned the information from. So it's not just my mom's, dad's, girlfriend's, boyfriend's, sister's, niece's, aunt's friend at a company heard this. I actually heard it from the source itself. I know who it is. So trust me, I have the sauce, and you guys will not be disappointed with who the character is that they're making a game of in the future. But with all that said, I think Wolverine right now, like, my hype levels for Spider-Man PS4 were through the roof. Miles Morales was also excited, but I'm like, well, I'm excited because it's Spider-Man and it's Miles and it's cool, but I was waiting for the Spider-Man 2 sequel because of Venom, and then we got Marvel Spider-Man 2, and that, you guys know me, like, my hype levels are still through the roof of the game, and I'm still holding out hope for a Venom game at some point. But if I were to gauge my hype level out of 10 right now for Wolverine, I would say like a solid 8 out of 10. And that's a high 8 out of 10. That's not low or bad or anything, but I'm just like, I'm worried about the gene thing. I don't mind that it's not open world, but I'm wondering if the gameplay variety will be there, if it's not any other playable character other than Logan. So we will see, but I'm looking forward to Insomniac's going to cook as they always cook. I'm sure we're also, by the way, if you're a fan of suits, I have no doubt we're going to get like the Deadpool and Wolverine yellow and blue suit, you know.
1,000 fucking %.
You know we're going to do it.
Mm-hmm. There's no way that suit's not in the game as well, you know, like they have to just for fans' reasons. And the seemingly main villain of the game is also interesting, with Mr. Sinister possibly being the main villain, because it looked like that Troy Baker was in the story trailer as Nathaniel Essex, who was revealed in the prequel comic, and based on their designs with the slick back black hair that looks to be the same character, it seems like he is going to be the main villain of the game, and it looks like that just like how Spider-Man PS4 was a Doc Ock origin story, Marvel Spider-Man 2 was a Venom origin story, this Wolverine game could be a Mr. Sinister origin story, which would be very interesting, very, very cool if done well. I also really like Mr. Sinister as a character. I don't know if he fits as a Wolverine game main villain, but if they write him well in the right way, and Troy Baker as well, also being a great performer, which, side note, and I'm going to make this into a YouTube short in the next day or so, Troy Baker was already in the Insomniac games. He voices Simon Krieger and Miles Morales.
Everybody's favorite character in that game.
Everybody's favorite, totally not forgettable character in Miles was Simon Krieger. Those are deep fakes! They're deep fakes!
Deep fake! Do you know who I am?
I will own you!
Sue you!
I will
own you!
Ah, deep fakes. Oh, man.
The one that looks like the first race.
Yes.
Well, at least I still got a pulse, babe.
Can't skip leg day. It's like, oh my gosh.
If anything, to kind of go off what you were saying, Evan,
yeah.
I don't know. See, I feel the same way. I don't know if I see Mr. Sinister as a Wolverine villain, but I don't know explode, but I could see them, like, especially if the game does well, I could see them using Mr. Six to kind of tease maybe an X-Men game if they ever wanted to do one. But then again,
Yes.
I don't know if they would want to do an X-Men game. That would be cool if they did. And if they did,
Oh, I think they
I'd
will.
be totally down to see Mr. Sinister in, like, one of the X-Men games.
And I think that's why he's the main villain, is because they clearly want to establish this X-Men universe. So they're thinking maybe instead of doing like a Doc Ock level personal connection villain to Logan and his backstory like Sabretooth, let's include Sabretooth in the game as an ally who may turn into a villain, like what they teased in the story trailer and all that, and his connection to Team X. Let's instead have a X-Men known villain to be the main villain of a Wolverine game to then make it easier to transition into a full-blown X-Men game. Just like how in X-Men Origins Wolverine the game, they had Deadpool as the main villain for the final boss of the game, on top of Sabretooth, who was also the main villain for the movie. But, of course, since it was a movie tie-in game, they had to do the Deadpool thing in the final boss fight. But really, the main villain of the game was Sabretooth, just like how he was kind of the main villain of that movie. But that's why Sabretooth works so well against Wolverine. But again, that might be too similar to the personal connection stuff we got with Doc Ock and clearly Venom in Spider-Man 2, with Harry being Venom. Even though, again, I've made a whole 5.5-hour video essay explaining why I think it works and it's awesome. So, hell with that. Anyways, my point is that in the service of the Wolverine game to have an X-Men villain be the main villain of that game? And I don't know the answer to that right now. That's the only thing I'm worried about, and I hope that is the right decision that they're seemingly making for the game.
Someone in the chat
I don't know
says,
how they would.
someone in the chat says, Marcus Med said at a Spanish game magazine that Wolverine takes place after the events of Marvel Spider-Man 2. So it's
Interesting. Okay. Wow. In a Spanish magazine. Marvel Lobezno? Is that the Spanish term for Wolverine? I forget. They had that because they had that in the preview day event. There were pictures of people who got to play the game, and there were English versions, Japanese versions, and Spanish versions, I think. So I think Wolverine in Spanish is Lobezno. Marvel's Lobezno. Yeah. So interesting. Okay, so officially confirmed. Marvel's Wolverine takes place after Marvel's Spider-Man 2. That's interesting. Which we all thought. But that's cool that we now have confirmation.
But yeah.
I got a question for you all.
If anyone's gonna, sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
If anyone was going to question Evan about it, yes, Evan is going to stream Marvel's Wolverine, obviously.
Correct. And considering that I wasn't invited to the preview event, I don't know if I'm going to get an early review copy of the game. If I do, then I won't. But if I get the game, like all you, on day one, or like a midnight launch, because midnight launches used to be a thing for games before Sony's killing physical media, which might be another reason why I didn't get invited, because I've always been anti this stance of killing off physical media. But anyways, if I get the game normally on September 15th, I think I'll play the game live first time around. I don't think I'm going to play it like first normally and then play it live. I think I'm just going to go in right ahead and play the game live for you guys to just see my first reactions. Now, sadly, I don't have a face cam, but if you guys want that, and if you're interested in that, depending, again, on whether I get a review code or not, I would be more than happy to do that. And I think it'd be a cool way, because I've never done that before for any of the Insomniac Marvel games, to play the story in front of all you guys.
Because,
well, I guess. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say because this will be a first time, because for all of the other Marvel games, you have already played the game for the first time, like in your own. So this
just not even recording a Let's Play, just because for me Let's Plays distract me from enjoying the game, which again might happen for Wolverine, because I want to immerse myself in the story and I don't want to be distracted by having to do commentary. So yeah, when I played Spider-Man PS4, I got a review copy. I got a week in advance, so I got to play the game without any distractions. Miles Morales, I didn't get a review copy, but I still played the game without playing a live stream or a playthrough or whatever. And then Spider-Man 2, I did get a review copy for the game and got invited out to the press event. So another, and especially considering that game had Venom in it, which is my favorite Spider-Man villain of all time, and the Black Suit storyline is my favorite Spider-Man story of all time, I did not want to be distracted from the story of the game to do a Let's Play. For Wolverine, as I've said before, Wolverine is not on my top 5 list of Marvel characters, and Franco knows this if you saw my seminar. My top 5 list of Marvel characters, yes, I know, that's shocking because of how popular Wolverine is. My personal top 5, I know, I like Wolverine, but I don't know, for me, I've always viewed him as just angry man with claws, with sharp knives, you know, but he's a great character. He is one of the faces of Marvel. He is the face of the X-Men other than Cyclops, because again, when you thought of the X-Men, you thought of Wolverine. Now, because of the revival of Cyclops and X-Men 97 and Marvel Rivals and all this and all these other things, the X-Men are now back in the main eye, especially a character like Cyclops and Magic, because oh my god, if you saw the reactions from fans online of Magic and Marvel Tokon, new waifu acquired. Oh my god, they're down for Magic in Marvel Tokon. But my point is, I like Wolverine. I just don't know if his story resonates with me as much as the other Marvel characters on my top 5 list, which I've come to figure out who it is, because I've always gone back and forth, but now I found the definitive answer for who my top 5 is. Top 5 Marvel characters of all time is, in order, number 1, obviously Spider-Man. Number 2 is the Hulk, because back when the Hulk came out with the comics, some of the older comics I read were really, really compelling. I also really like the Ang Lee Hulk movie, but Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction, one of the best Marvel games of all time, in my opinion, and a great Hulk story as well. And again, the duality of the character, my big thing is I love being able to see the duality of characters, both inside and outside of them being heroes. So Bruce Banner and the Hulk being pretty much 2 different personalities, and the trauma that he goes through, and he always refers to Hulk as the other guy instead of himself, and it's like, but that is Bruce. That is technically Bruce. He just turns into a green monster, but he always refers to himself as the Hulk, as another person. So I always found that dynamic really compelling with the Hulk character, and same with Spider-Man. Peter Parker Spider-Man, Miles Morales Spider-Man, Miguel O'Hara Spider-Man. The duality of them inside and outside the suits really resonates with me as someone who loves the more human side of the character. And I don't know if I'm being a mutantist because of that, because Wolverine's a mutant, you know, but I just prefer kind of like the duality of the character with kind of the stories they can tell when they are a hero and not a hero. So yeah, number 1, Spider-Man. Number 2, the Hulk. Number 3 is Daredevil. I think Daredevil has just elevated himself so much through the Netflix show, and even a little bit of the Ben Affleck movie I like aspects of. But the Netflix show, has easily, if you were to tell me that Daredevil is in your top 5 after seeing the Netflix show, I would not argue with that at all. Because the Netflix show has done so much heavy lifting for the character of Daredevil, same with Charlie Cox's great performance, but also some of the, like, Born Again the comic, and just the Frank Miller run of Daredevil, just a lot of great stories with the character, and the duality of, again the character Matt Murdock being, no, I have not seen Born Again. I mean either. I have not seen Born Again Season 1 or Season 2. No, because I don't have Disney Plus, sadly. I don't own Disney Plus. I know what happens because I wanted to be prepared for Brand New Day in case Daredevil shows up in Brand New Day, but I don't know if he will or not. But I wanted to know what happens in Season 2 just to keep up with things. So I do know what happens, but I won't say it. But with that Netflix show alone, Season 1, 2, and 3, I go back, and you can argue any of those could be your favorite season, because all of them are incredible. The Punisher scene where he's arguing with him on the rooftop and talking with him at the gravesite as well. Incredible sequence, incredible acting from both Charlie Cox and John Bernthal. Deborah Ann Woll, again, Karen Page, great casting, great chemistry between both of them. The stories are great, and again, Matt Murdock being a lawyer, being a man of justice, being a man of law. Symbiote Spider-Man, be a pirate, he says. Yeah, I might. Yo-ho the 7 Seas to watch the show. But the duality of him, you know, upholding the law and being true to the law when it counts, but if the law is unjust and it's corrupt, then he takes justice into his own hands as Daredevil. And I really love that duality again of the character and how human he is, and even quote-unquote less human because he's blind, so he has a disadvantage as a person. Even though he has enhanced hearing, he still is technically blind. He has to read in Braille, and he can't see how regular humans see, so he is, to an extent, at a disadvantage, and that is his greatest strength, which is why I love his characterization so much in the show and the comics, and even in Marvel Rivals, even though they made him, like, extra Chinese in that game, I think I really like the story of him in Rivals as well. And Alex Lee, goated casting, who plays Marvel Rivals.
Incredible.
Daredevil.
I love
Insane.
him.
And yeah, Franco, like what we talked about, or what you heard me talk about, keep Alex Lee in mind for any future projects. Don't let go of that man, because he is the best. If you guys don't know, Alex Lee plays a lot of stuff. He plays actually Invincible in the brand new Invincible Versus game. He plays some anime characters, Zenitsu and Demon Slayer. I'm blank on one of his most other iconic characters. What do I know him from other than that? Some other anime as well. But he's Solo Leveling. He's also the main character in Solo Leveling, which is really, really good. And Alex Lee is goated. Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, no, like, I love Alex Lee. He's one of my favorite voice actors in recent years.
Incredible. Yeah, amazing. So, yeah, number 1, Spider-Man, number 2, Hulk, number 3, Daredevil, number 4, Mr. Fantastic.
I was gonna say
Say that again?
Say that again? It's fantastic. Guys, I got it. You ready? It's Mr. Fantastic. Yeah, end credits. End the stream. End the stream right now. End the stream. No, yeah, man. For me, and what I always loved how Stan Lee explained Mr. Fantastic is he's a scientist first and a superhero second, because Reed Richards is an explorer. The Fantastic Four are explorers who just so happen to become superheroes, and they use their powers for good for the people, but they really they don't fight crime on the streets. You know, they try and solve bigger problems or try and explore the deeper secrets of the universe, and that's why I love all the Fantastic Four, and even to an extent, Ben Grimm, the Thing, could be up there as well, since he is pretty much the heart and soul of the Fantastic Four. But Reed Richards is the leader for a reason. He brings the team together with his intellect, and he uses his scientific prowess to help people and solve tough problems without even his stretching. You know, like, he kind of has the lamest power of the Fantastic Four, but the team relies on him so much because of his intellect and his leadership, and I love that about him, and his relationship with not only, you know, being the traditional classic family, like, it's Susan Richards, not Susan Storm Richards, because, yeah, Sue Storm and Reed Richards marry, and she takes his name because they're a true, you know, true blue family, first and foremost, and I love that about them. And their chemistry with each other is fantastic. Especially, by God, how not only how caked up they made Invisible Woman in Marvel Rivals, but also they hired one of my favorite actresses to play her of Susie Young is Invisible Woman in Marvel Rivals, and oh my gosh, like, if I had a voice actor crush on anyone other than Erica Lindbeck, it would be Susie Young. For sure. She's amazing.
Yeah, she's one of them. Erica Lindbeck, of course. Jennifer English is another one of my favorites.
Jennifer English. Amber Lee Connors, another great one. Amazing. Super. All the voice acting community are just legends through and through. But yeah, Susie Young is incredibly talented, and her performance as Sue Storm, she is now my definitive Sue Storm. She both, again, in live action, in animation and all that. And as much as I liked Vanessa Kirby in the role in First Steps, Susie Young just nails everything about Sue Storm in Marvel Rivals. And I don't know the actor who plays Reed Richards in Marvel Rivals, funny enough, but my personal favorite Reed Richards is still 2005 Fox Fantastic Four, Eon Grufford as Reed Richards. That is Reed Richards to me. He's amazing. And as much as I like Pedro, Pascal, I don't really see him as Reed Richards. And yeah, we're just gonna ignore Miles Teller for Fan 4 Stick. So my boy,
Whiplash.
He was much better than Whiplash. Reed, are you rushing or are you dragging? So you can't tell the difference.
Are you stretching or are you not?
Are you stretching or are you flatting? I'm stretching. So you do know the difference. Oh my god. That's hilarious.
Did you say who your last top 3 were? I didn't get that.
Oh yeah, so top 5 for now. So yeah, number 1, Spider-Man. Number 2, Hulk. Number 3, Daredevil. Number 4, Mr. Fantastic. And then very bottom, number 5, Iron Man. Iron Man has become so iconic now for me. Not only just because of Robert Downey Jr. Thank you, I appreciate that. And again, I really like Wolverine. I really like the X-Men. But for me, I just find the duality of the character, the deeper narrative context of what goes on in their stories, I feel has so much more weight to the characters and them being a hero and out of the hero rather than Wolverine and his tragic past, which is very compelling. But again, Peter Parker, Spider-Man, Bruce Banner, Hulk, Matt Murdock, Daredevil, Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, and yes, Tony Stark, Iron Man. The duality of all those characters, because it almost feels like 2 different characters. Peter Parker is different from Spider-Man, and Spider-Man is different from Peter Parker. But one of the reasons, and I really appreciate Tom Holland for saying this, because he was in the premiere for Brand New Day, and he was in an interview, and he said, Spider-Man isn't what makes Peter Parker special. Peter Parker is what makes Spider-Man special. And I absolutely agree. And despite the fact that, yes, anyone can wear the mask, a lot of reasons why people like Spider-Man so much, of course, is because of Peter Parker and how relatable of a character Peter is. And that's why, and you can, check the feedback, check the receipts for when Spider-Man PS4, despite how much you see people online throw shade at the MJ missions and the human missions with Peter Parker and all that, playing as them outside the suit, people were beyond hyped. And Franco and Andrew and Ghosty, I know you were all there with me. We were beyond hyped when we know that we could play as not just Spider-Man, but as Peter Parker and Spider-Man in Spider-Man PS4, that we were going to get actual Peter Parker gameplay in Spider-Man PS4, simply just walking around the Fee Shelter as Peter, simply doing science experiments as Peter, was so hype for the game, and that's one of the reasons why the game series 1, Miles, and 2 is as successful as they are, because of the humanity that Peter has. And that's why I'm drawn so much to his character in these games, because I want to play as not just Spider-Man swinging around and fighting crime, which is awesome, but also experience the personal story that Peter is going through in each of these games, and not just watching it play out like a movie, but yeah, I'm playing as Peter. I'm playing as him walking around the Fee Shelter. I'm walking around the Emily May Foundation, doing those experiments with Harry. I'm walking around Coney Island, going on roller coasters and rides, just hanging out with my friends. That is huge. That is huge to the whole character. That is huge to the whole gaming experience. That's huge to Spider-Man. And with Wolverine, that's why, what's going to be the difference between Logan gameplay and Wolverine gameplay? So that's another thing I'm wondering. And, we've seen that, with Jean Grey and Logan dancing in Madripoor, where he's in the patch suit, which looks really cool. And I'm wondering, what is there going to be a difference between the quote-unquote Logan gameplay, if there is any, and the Wolverine gameplay? Or is it just going to be non-stop slashing action the whole time, So, and with Iron Man, final before you guys, pitch in, because I'm sorry I'm ranting so long, but we need that Iron Man game like yesterday. We need that Iron Man game right now. Motive, where is the Iron Man game? What is going on? That is my most anticipated Marvel game right now, other than Wolverine coming up and Venom.
Like 1943, Iron Man, where the hell are you?
I swear to God, if anything happens to the Iron Man, if that gets canceled, I'm gonna end my life.
Yeah, I could handle Black Panther getting. I could handle Black Panther getting canceled because we got Black Panther in Marvel 1943, because he's going to be in Marvel 1943. Granted, it's not T'Challa Black Panther, but it is a Black Panther in a Marvel game, in a AAA Marvel game, also with Black Panther. So I was fine and I was upset, oh, that sucks, but I was okay hearing that the Black Panther game wasn't happening anymore because we were going to get Marvel 1943. Iron Man needs to happen now. That game, the hype behind that game, it's also confirmed to be open world as well. During one of the job descriptions, which I made a video about years ago, they confirmed, yep, Iron Man is an open world game. Michael Davis also said Blade, great pick. Arkane Leon's Blade also looks really cool. But for me, I also said in a video, I believe, talking about Wolverine, and Andrew, you're right. I don't mind that Wolverine is not open world. I think that fits the character really well, just like how that fit the Guardians of the Galaxy game. But if I had to choose between, let's say, Shattered Dimensions or Spider-Man PS4, I would personally choose Spider-Man PS4, just because I prefer the open world aspect of it a bit more and all that. So with me, again, if I had to choose, like Marvel's Blade, Marvel 1943, Marvel's Wolverine, or Marvel Iron Man, I would choose Iron Man. Because I prefer open world games just in general, but also just the story of the game. If you've read any of the articles from Motive talking about Iron Man, it sounds like this is the game that they've been wanting to make for decades. Like, they love Iron Man, the character, and they know what makes Tony Stark special. And they're pouring that same, like, Insomniac-level passion into Iron Man's character, and it is also open world. And also, Iron Man's Rogues Gallery kind of slaps. Like, it's also an overlooked Rogues Gallery. You got Ironmonger, Whiplash, freaking Madame Mask, Mandarin, Crimson Dynamo, Titanium Man. So many cool picks in Iron Man's Rogues Gallery. Ghost, yeah, like which is also in Iron Man VR, like another great Iron Man game. That would be peak. I would love any of those characters in an Iron Man game for sure.
Yeah. Sorry to break it to you boys, but I gotta head out now. But it was fun being here with you all.
Sorry, I totally steamrolled over Franco. I'm so sorry. I totally
it's okay. No.
Thank you so much.
No, it's long. It was more important for me to be here rather than being talked over. That's what's important.
Well, thank you, Franco. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for joining, and everyone, make sure to follow, subscribe, and hype up Franco on his own channel, Stealth Gamer 026, and he does great content. You're also in the middle of which playthrough is it again? For which Spider-Man game?
I'm about to start Friend or Foe soon, so definitely stay tuned for that.
One of the most peak Spider-Man games out there of Spider-Man Friend or Foe. A literal masterpiece. Yes. Cinematic masterpiece. Yeah, Franco's doing a great job over there with his Let's Plays. Definitely make sure to go follow, subscribe, and hype up his videos because he definitely deserves your support. And follow him on social media as well because he's the best. But Franco, thank you so much for joining the stream, buddy. It was a pleasure as always.
Of course, thank you as always, and to everybody in chat. If you sign up to the Spidey Squad tier, definitely go and check out the collab I did with Evan on the Spidey Squad seminar on how you can become successful on YouTube, just like all of us here.
Yes, and Franco and I did a Spidey Squad seminar together, talking about those exact tips and tricks, talking about what makes you stand out on YouTube amongst the competition, and we had a great time doing it, and it's definitely a video worth your while. So yes, definitely be sure to sign up to the channel memberships if you want to help support me and the channel, as well as learn some awesome info as well. But again, thank you, Franco, so much for joining us today.
Thank you guys, I appreciate it, right? Alright.
Have a good one, Franco.
Later.
Have a good one, man.
Awesome. Okay, so now, yes, boys, what are your thoughts?
Well, I was gonna ask, because I hadn't seen any videos or what you had to say on it yet. Well, not until the stream, but I was gonna ask you earlier what you thought about the whole physical disc thing, but it seems like you already answered my question based on what you said in the stream.
Yes, and I think I made like either a 20-minute long or 30-minute long video talking about that exact topic. So yeah, physical media is terrible for all PlayStation stuff going forward, and I am going to be so upset by 2028 if they do not retract their decision, which based on some inside reports and just the public, statistics that are available right now from some sites, which we don't know even if they're true or not, but it is a fact that digital sales have increased over the years, but now there are websites saying that digital sales are more prominent than physical sales, when it was proven that a game like Astrobot sold better physically than digitally. So I don't know what they're talking about. And I also believe the majority of the Marvel Spider-Man games even also sold better physically than digitally. So who knows?
The first game.
First game definitely. I don't know about the second game, but all that's up in the air right now. But I'm not sure about the exact statistics on that, but I personally am not a fan of that at all. And yeah, I'm going to be buying Wolverine and Tokon physically day one, and fingers crossed if Insomniac ends up making a Venom game, the rumor is that Venom game could release on September 2027, then that is going to be before the 2028 cutoff date, which means that if Venom releases, it is also more than likely going to release with a physical disc. And I am getting that day one. I need that day one. That's going to be the highlight of my entire goddamn collection on day one. Yeah, like, I need that now, for sure. And I'm so upset that this decision is the future that PlayStation is going with. And they're also acting, which I've discussed about in a variety of ways in my seminars, that they are ignoring the fans that they've spent this whole time forming this relationship with as a brand and as consumers, that they're ignoring the fans and their fan base of the outcry that people have of not being behind this decision. And every time you see PlayStation post something on Twitter specifically, they are getting ratioed by fans. All of them are always commenting more than the amount of likes it's receiving, and the majority of the comments are saying we want physical. And I have not seen the like to dislike ratio for like the Wolverine trailers, for example. But it's also affecting the views, because the amount of views that the Wolverine CGI trailer got on the Marvel channel has more views than it has on the PlayStation channel. When usually it was the opposite. The PlayStation channel would always get more views than the Marvel channel, but because this news, people don't want to support what PlayStation's doing, and I've already seen people saying they're boycotting Wolverine or whatever, which I don't know if I believe them, because it's goddamn Wolverine, and I think they're going to buy it no matter what. But I respect their dedication. Yeah, exactly. It's one of the most popular Marvel characters, and they also love the Insomniac Spider-Man games, and they don't want to be missing out on where the story's going, so they are going to buy it regardless. But how they buy it is also going to be a big factor now. It's like, well, are they going to buy it physically, digitally, or not buy it at all? So that's going to be the big telling factor of where this digital versus physical stance lies from the majority of fans.
And also, like,
I can tell you. Oh, sorry. You go ahead. You were talking first.
And also, like I don't know if you saw this, but most of the comments on like the YouTube video and even on Twitter, most of them is just saying, "Oh, I can't wait to get this game physically on this."
Yep.
That's like 90% of the comments.
That's all the comments. They're like, and I even made a joke about it, and it went viral in my post, where I said online, it's pretty ironic that Wolverine in the CGI trailer is fighting for his very last piece of physical media with the photo of him and Jean Grey before it burns to shreds.
I did see your post on that. It was
I thought it was hilarious, and yeah, that went viral, and I was laughing so hard. It's like, that's so true. And yeah, like, it's just so ironic that that's the focal point of the trailer, and it's like, well, that's very telling with the situation we're in right now with the physical and digital situation. Yeah. But yeah, someone said in the chat, Michael Davis and Matthew McGee, 2004. So this decision from PlayStation, if Venom, whether Venom happens or whether Venom doesn't happen, I think it's safe to say that Marvel's Spider-Man 3 will not release before 2028. So that means that Marvel's Spider-Man 3 will more than likely not release physically whenever that comes out. And that is a huge bummer. I agree 100%. That is a massive bummer.
Big L, dude. That's a big L for me, man. Like,
that is a big L.
I'm not a fan of this whole decision.
Oh, I got wrecked.
It means you basically will never own any game ever, because you never know if any game, like, what was that one game? Anthem, for instance, it just got taken off the store. I think it was like at the beginning of the year.
Even
because not a lot of people like it.
I don't know if it's still on there, but also didn't Avengers get taken off the store as well?
Oh, yeah, it did get taken off as well.
That's wild.
Though at least with that one, at least with Avengers, you can still play it, whereas with
it's still
Anthem,
a physical game, yeah, if you bought it. Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I don't know. You know what? I actually don't know if you can still play Anthem or not. I know you can't get it digitally anymore, but I don't think you can. Unlike Avengers.
No,
but now I've seen, you know, with the physical situation, also with the upcoming PlayStation exclusives, but also, yeah, the what's it called? I totally lost my train of thought. What is that?
The third-party developers?
No. What was it? Oh, well, with like the collector's editions, you know, we already kind of saw the writing was on the wall, where Spider-Man PS5 Remastered only still released digitally, not physically. Marvel Spider-Man 2 released with a collector's edition with a steelbook case, but no physical disc in the collector's edition, and Wolverine no collector's edition. So it's very odd, yeah, with the first-party PlayStation stuff, and Tokon as well, no collector's edition, but all the exclusive perks like the Advanced Suit 2.0, that's coming in the Ultimate Edition, which you can only buy digitally. So if you don't have access to the digital storefront or what have you, and it's exclusive to that Ultimate Edition, the Advanced Suit 2.0. So if you don't have an internet connection or whatever, you will not be able to ever unlock that suit, which is, again, very odd choices. And also, what I remembered is only like a couple days ago, they just had like the PlayStation Network was down, and then even the beta was down for Marvel Tokon during the weekend. So if they want to push the whole digital future, they got to make sure the digital storefronts work. Otherwise, it's not going to get a lot of attention from people, and it's not going to work. And that's not working at all.
And also the other thing too is that not only did they announce that they're not doing physical discs, they also announced they're shutting down the PS3 and PS Vita store digitally. They're shutting down the store.
Yep.
Which means, especially for your Platinum gamers up there, it means you won't be able to Platinum Infamous 2 and Festival of Blood. They're shutting down the online stuff. For any Platinum gamers out there, like
just all those old classic PS3 games, yeah, that I own. One of my shout out to one of my favorite PS3 games ever made, Pure, which is an ATV racing game. I have it on the PS3. It's not on any digital storefront, and now with PlayStation taking down the digital storefront for the PS3, that's going to be gone. It's not on the PS4 storefront. It's definitely not on the PS5 storefront. It's only on PS3 also. Or the Xbox 360, that era of consoles. I own it, I have it, I can plug in my PS3 whenever I want and play the game whenever I want, but if they made through that decision, then that game wouldn't even exist if it was only a digital release. So they're killing off a whole library of digital-only games as well on those platforms.
And mind you, this is the second time that they do this, because they tried to do this in 2021, but at the time, they actually backed down from that decision.
Yep.
I don't remember that at all.
No, yeah, they did. Like in 2021, they actually were trying. They announced they were going to do it, but then they backed down because the criticism and the backlash was so huge. But now it's like it's going to be permanent. Like, oh yeah, no, you better buy all your PS3 games, because after the store gets shut down, you can kiss goodbye to your digital collection.
Yeah, that's gone forever, which is super upsetting.
And and the other thing is that a lot of people are getting confused. It's like, oh, does that mean that like, oh, they're not going to make any more games physically? And it's like, no, yeah, they're still going to do that. It's just that now it's going to be the pure box.
Right.
It's just going to be the box.
Just like
Michael Davis says perfectly, you will own nothing and be happy. Exactly. And I made a whole couple videos about that, both regular videos and Spidey Squad seminar videos, talking about how I can't get into too much detail unless you guys go support the Spidey Squad seminar membership tier, but I am currently in consideration for a job within the gaming industry. And we'll just leave it at that. But my issue is that if I get the job, I may have to go against my core values of being an advocate for physical games, because I would have to follow the rules of the company that is pushing the digital agenda rather than physical. So I am very upset that I have that, and it just so happened like right now. Like I interviewed, by the way, this role back in May. Sorry, not interviewed. I applied for the role back in May. I haven't heard back anything from the role since I applied for May. And now they made this decision to kill off physical media, and it's like, are you effing serious right now? So it's just really poor timing and just really annoys me about the whole situation. So I don't know what's happening, but I am hoping that I get the role as a way to hopefully be an advocate for the physical. The fight for physical media to make them change their mind if I get the role. And I'll just leave it at that.
You basically, from what you're saying, you basically can't even be yourself anymore if you get the job, which
exactly
sucks.
It's like I have to follow their orders, and their orders are digital is the future. It's like, are you? And that wasn't the case just like a couple, weeks ago, and now all of a sudden it's this big change they're implementing, which is nuts. So it's just really odd timing and really, really annoys me about the whole thing. But Matthew Davis also said, Evan, there's Spider-Man 2 action figures by a company called 3-0 if you're interested. I haven't seen those, but I know that they also recently showed at Comic-Con this actually, funny enough, we're fighting Venom right now. They showed this version of Venom in his Rage Mode and Rage Mode Black Suit Spider-Man as posable action figures for the game, and those both look sick, and I want both of them ASAP for sure.
I saw the Venom hot toy from Spider-Man 2 at the Comic-Con. It's freaking huge, dude.
That's cool.
I don't even think it would fit in my suitcase if I bought it, if I'm being honest.
Wow.
I did get the classic first game. My first ever hot toy.
Sweet.
Yeah,
I still have yet to own a hot toy. I wanted to get the black suit one for Marvel Spider-Man 2, but I never got around to getting it. And I've tried to find them online, but it looks like they're sold out everywhere. But one day, maybe for Marvel Spider-Man 3.
But
I have a question for both of you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to say something, Gussie?
It's just gonna be something quick. With them going all digital, then this basically confirms that, like, oh yeah, the PS6 is gonna be an all digital console by this point.
Correct. Yeah. So that means the PS6 more than likely will not have a disc tray when it comes out, which also is killing off the big physical media tier for people who own physical games. If they play a game backwards compatible, and they have a whole library of physical PS5 games, and if they want to trade out their PS5 for a PS6, they won't be able to get a PS6 because they can't play their games on it. And I doubt they would do a PS6 disc tray because they're pushing this whole digital future thing. So why would they spend money to do a physical disc tray for PS6 when they're killing off physical media? So it makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Or PS4 games too.
Exactly. Yeah. No PS4 or PS5 games.
So this is maybe a little bit off topic, but this is a question I have for both of you guys. What games have you played so far this year? Because I was gonna ask, what's your all's game of the year so far besides Wolverine, especially if it ends up being good? I think Ghosty already knows what mine's gonna be.
God, what game have I played this year? Jeez, because I moved back home in California in February because I was at the Disney College program, and I moved back earlier this year, and I've been grinding nonstop, like working on videos and job searching, so I can't even remember what game I played. I played Marvel Rivals. I mean, I don't know if that counts, but because it's an ongoing live service game. But like a new game release? What game have come out recently? Oh, you played Lego Batman. Yeah.
Lego Batman, yeah.
I didn't play Lego Batman. I didn't play Resident Evil.
007 personally?
Didn't play 007. Because again, I've been so busy, I have not had any time for games. As much as I love talking about games and I love playing them, I sadly haven't had time to play any of the new ones. But I've heard good things about Batman. I've heard good things about all those, Resident Evil and 007, but I have not been able to play any new AAA release, I don't think, so far this year. Not because I don't want to, just because I haven't been able to get around just job-wise and stuff. I've had to make time with other stuff. But they all look really good, for sure.
I can already tell you what my game gear is so far. You may not know this, Evan, but I'm for the past 2 years now, I've become a huge Resident Evil fan. And so when that new one was announced, I was so hyped for it, and it's such a great game. I don't know if you've ever played the games before, but most of them are really good, and this one's especially really good. Oh, really? Darn. They're definitely worth it if you ever get around to playing them. But the new game especially is damn good.
I've heard good things.
Definitely my game of the year so far. What about you, Ghosty?
Well, for this year, I played the Capcom game Pragmata. I played that one.
That one I want to play.
Oh yeah,
that one I do want to play.
Capcom.
That one looks
it's
good.
Really good.
It's so good. It's so good. You gotta play it when you get a chance. It gets you in the heartstrings.
It's basically Resident Evil meets Dead Space. That's essentially what it is.
Yeah. And a little bit of like Last of Us and God of War, since you're protecting a little kid throughout the whole story.
Well, the difference is that this is a robot kid, not a human.
It is, which is, I don't know how I feel about it, because it's like, I hate AI, but the robot's AI, but it's a cute robot. it's a cute little robot girl, so I don't know. Like, gosh, what's the what? Ooh, I don't know.
She's a fun character. She's a fun character.
Yeah,
It looks fun.
And then another game. Also, I can now finally say this. After holding the game for 2 years or 3 years now, I can now say I have finally finished Midnight Suns.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a
I
peak
still
game.
need to finish it.
One of the best Marvel games.
I have finally
Literally
finished it,
god
and I
tier
did-
Marvel game that no one played just because it's turn based, but it's beyond peak.
I played the base game and I played the DLCs as well, and you obviously know which DLC was my favorite.
The Venom one.
Ooh, here's another game that came out this year, Black Flag Recent. Have
That's
any of you
the-
guys
yeah.
played that? It's
That's
really
true.
good.
I played the original Black Flag, but I have not gotten around to buying Resync.
No,
I
me
will
neither.
say it's one of the better games Ubisoft has put out in the past decade or something. I'll give them that at least. Like, there were still a few things, there were like a few like nitpicks I had with it, because I also played the original not even that long ago for the very first time, but I still thought it was pretty good for what it was, because as long as the good outweighed the bad, that was more than enough for me. But personally, I think it's worth it, especially if anyone is an AC fan. It's really
Right.
fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the last
I actually
AC
just
game that I
got the platinum for that game 2 days ago.
very nice. I think the last AC game that I played was I think it actually was the original Black Flag, years ago at this point. Yeah.
So the last Assassin's Creed game I played was Origins. I have not played Odyssey, not played Valhalla, not played Shadows
Mirage.
or Mirage. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
haven't-
blame
haven't-
you there. I know after, I think it's either Black Flag or Origins, I know the series goes downhill.
Yeah,
I
it kind
don't know,
of it
'cause
kind of fell off for me. It fell off for me
I've
after
only played
Odyssey,
one
which
before.
because I really like Origins, but Odyssey was just like, let's just do not an Assassin's Creed game in the slightest, because it also took place before
Yeah.
Origins. So it's like I thought the whole point of Origins was to be the start of the series, but then all of a sudden they did it before too. So it's like, wait, what? And then it just turned into like Greek mythology, the game, like I don't know,
Yeah,
very
and
out
not only
there.
that, they make a freaking RPG game too, which isn't
yeah.
Assassin's Creed. I don't
Not
know
at all.
about you all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Michael
no,
Davis.
for
It
me-
didn't come out this year, but Ghost of Yotei was really good. I agree. I really like Ghost of Yotei as well.
I still need to play it. No spoilers.
That
I
one's
still
really
need to
good.
play that too. And then actually just recently, I'm starting my playthrough of the Halo remake, Halo Campaign of Wolf.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I've been
I'm gonna
playing
start
one.
that this week. I'm so excited to play it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, so far it's really good as someone who has never played a Halo game before, but from what I've heard of it, it's pretty good.
That's good to hear, especially as someone who is a huge Halo fan, because I was very cautiously optimistic about it. I have not looked at anything online. I haven't even looked at the trophy list for it, because I do plan to platinum the game at some point, because I want to go in with my own opinion. And from what I've heard from Ghosty, because again, I haven't looked online, it sounds like it is going to be a good game, which, fingers crossed, hopefully I will enjoy it when I get to it this week.
A lot of great games coming out this year, especially in the fall. My God,
Dude, they
I
got so
don't-
many games like
GTA
Silent Hill.
6, Wolverine,
No.
Silent Hill. My God.
September's gonna be a busy month for gamers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
there's games
and I-
coming out that month because they want to come out before GTA.
Yes. And even me, I'm still staying true. I have not yet pre-ordered GTA 6. I'm gonna wait until
Me neither.
maybe Rockstar might change their mind until they do a physical release, even though it doesn't sound like they will. But also, I've played all the GTA games, like the mainstream ones. GTA 4 is my personal favorite. GTA 5 I played. San Andreas. I've not played Vice City. But Bully is my personal favorite Rockstar game of all time. But GTA, I like GTA. But I'm already going to get Wolverine, and I'm a Marvel fan first. Well, it's hard. Am I a gamer first or a Marvel fan first? I guess Marvel fan, since I technically saw the first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie before I played a video game, and my first video game was Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man movie tie-in. So that's a bit of a struggle for me, but I resonate with games more deeply, but I don't need to play GTA 6 on launch. I can wait a couple months or so until there's like, whatever, maybe a physical release, or if they somehow do a discount at some point. I don't mind waiting. I don't mind waiting, but I also want to wait because you know the game is going to be like 500 gigabytes minimum for storage, you know? Like, that's how huge the thing is going to be, so it's Rockstar, it's how big those games are. So, I want to wait to see if they'll do, because we now have confirmation, also Andrew, let me know your thoughts about this, no Wolverine PS5 bundle. No Wolverine PS5 bundle, no PS5 Pro bundle, no DualSense controller. But I hope that they do a Venom-themed PS5 Pro bundle in the future. That way I can get that, and then transfer my storage data from my base PS5 now onto a Pro. And I was interested in getting the PlayStation 30th anniversary bundle, but I want to see if they do like a Marvel bundle, and I thought they were going to do one for Wolverine, but they didn't, and not one for Marvel Tokon either, which is another first-party PlayStation game. So the only remaining Marvel bundle theme now that could happen is if they do a Venom-themed PS5 Pro bundle next year, right before the digital future for 2028. That's my hope and dream, but we shall see.
Wow. That's all news to me, man, and I'm so disappointed to hear.
Oh, you didn't know that? Well, because we. But
No.
they didn't announce it during the panel.
No,
Because like they
dude,
did that for
it's
Spider-Man 2. They did that for Marvel Spider-Man 2 in Comic-Con in 2023 when they showed Michael Davis, we can't even know buttons. Yeah, that's going to be the future for the controller. They're going to have digital buttons for the controller. So who knows?
Don't give them ideas, Evan. Don't give them ideas.
No, he's serious. No, Andrew, have you seen that? That's actually a thing. There's a patent for a next gen. Yeah, where they're removing buttons on the controller, and instead it's going to be a digital thing instead. So I know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, what is going on? Like, what are they doing? It makes no sense. So that pisses me off to no end. But for now, yeah, Andrew, when they showed the Wolverine showcase, because they already confirmed in advance there's going to be no collector's edition. So we thought during the Marvel panel at Comic-Con that they were going to show Wolverine was going to get a DualSense controller, at the very least a DualSense controller, or a PS5 themed console bundle. And it seems like we're getting none. And Insomniac haven't said anything about that online, but I feel like that now would have been the perfect time, because now people could have placed their pre-orders for the console before September arrives, but no, it doesn't look like any of that's happening for Wolverine.
I can already tell you.
It really crossed my mind watching the panel.
If they don't do that for Venom, I can already tell you Evan is just gonna lose his mind if they don't do one for Venom.
Yeah, that would be the final straw, to be honest. Like, objectively, the PS5, and I don't know if you, Andrew, or Ghosty, if you own a PS5 Pro. I just have my base PS5. But the PS5 Pro, yeah, me too. I just have the normal PS5. But me, I've seen the comparisons, and I've seen people who played the PS5 Pro. They say there is a difference, and also it is able to hold 2 terabytes of storage. And for me, that's the most important thing, is the storage is better, so I can store all my games on the PS5 Pro. Whereas now I have my base PS5 and an external hard drive that holds the storage data for my other PS5 games that are on there. And it hurts me because right now I'm playing, obviously, Marvel Spider-Man 2. I also have Spider-Man PS5 on there and Marvel Rivals. But I had to remove Miles Morales from my PS5 and put it on my external hard drive because I'm making room for Marvel Tokon and Marvel's Wolverine. So it hurts because I want all my Marvel games on my PS5, but there's not enough storage space on the base PS5 to do that, so it's a lot. But
wait, so I know that the PS5 Pro, I know it doesn't come with the disc hard drive. Are you able to get that separately or no? Because I could have sworn I saw that.
Correct.
I could have sworn I saw that the other day at Walmart.
yeah, I went to my local Best Buy the other day, and I actually saw 4 fully functional physical hard drive disk drives for a PS5 Pro that you could buy separately. But yeah, the base PS5 Pro does not come with a disk drive. You have to purchase that separately, which is another terrible business practice, which I absolutely hate. But again, I know like those would sell like hotcakes if Insomniac decided to do one for Wolverine, especially considering that, you know, just from a marketing perspective, the PS5 Pro box case is black and white. But what if it was Wolverine? It would be black and yellow instead. So that would just be even better marketing, you know? Like, I think that just writes itself, but they're not doing it. But that's why, for me, again, black and white would be better for Venom if they do a PS5 Pro themed console for Venom. So we're going to have to wait and see on that front.
But what's going to be next?
Speaking of... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, what's gonna be next? Like first we don't get buttons. Now what's gonna be next? We don't even get cables. Do we lose the cables too?
Yeah, I don't know. No cables, no whatever. Who knows?
Like Jesus.
Blasty, no, I do have a game drive. I have a base PS5 model console. Like I have my Marvel Spider-Man 2 PS5 bundle and my external hard drive that I just use to like download my games on, like the Seagate plug-in USB hard drive. I have that to back up my other games, and a physical PS5 bundle for my Marvel Spider-Man 2 PS5. So I do have a disc tray, and I do have an external hard drive USB storage device for my PS5. But I do want a PS5 Pro just to get more storage for all my PS5 games, because I got a lot of PS5 games. I just need to put them in one place.
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
So here's a question about... I was just gonna say, here's a question I got about the Venom game. If it does get made, and let's say if it does come out next year, I assume that, here's the thing that I don't know how they're gonna do it, especially with how Spider-Man 2 played out with, Harry being the host for Venom. How do you think they would do the Venom game if it's gonna be Eddie Brock?
I hope they don't. And I made this hot take before. I don't want them to do Eddie Brock. I want them to stick with Harry, because they've already set this so much right now. We're playing through the end and the final mission of the game with Harry as Venom. The emotional weight is there so much for this version of Venom with Harry as Venom rather than Eddie. And he's not in the... He's in the universe contextually because he was teased in the first game with the backpack with the goodbye card from the Daily Bugle. Eddie Brock's name is in there. But I don't want Eddie. I want them to stay... I want them to not throw out the baby with the bathwater, what the saying is. I don't want them to backpedal because they already established Harry as Venom, and I want them to stick with that. And again, even more so, which I've said several times in the past as well, if you also did Harry as Venom in the Venom game, it would be a redemption arc to how he was Venom in this game, being a villain. He could be then an anti-hero, fight Carnage, take out Carnage, but you have to probably fight with all of his last breath to defeat Carnage. Carnage might die at the end of the Venom game, as well as Harry sacrificing himself fully, because right here, Peter was the one to take him out and kill him, and just told Peter to kill him, like, kill me, you have to kill me to stop me. And then Miles revives him right here, because Miles is the GOAT. But Harry would then be able to go out on his own terms, as Venom, control the symbiote power, stop Carnage, and defeat Carnage with whatever remaining bits of symbiote he has left, die, and then with Harry dying completely, that would then send Norman off the deep end to then make him go fully insane to turn him into the Green Goblin. It sets it up perfectly. It makes no sense to introduce Eddie Brock in this universe, in the storyline, because then they have to spend this whole time explaining where Eddie was in the context of Marvel Spider-Man 2 and the other Marvel Spider-Man games and everything like that, and I just don't want them to do that. I don't think that's the right call at all. I want them to stick with Eddie. Harry.
Yeah, so
I want them to stick with Harry more than Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of dig that idea for the Venom game, because then it leads to Norman becoming the Green Goblin for the third game, which is pretty obviously what they've been building up towards. But that also kind of makes me wonder which version they'll do, the Ultimate or the Classic, or maybe a hybrid.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the exciting part, is how are they going to expand Venom's character in this standalone game, especially, again, Tony Todd already recorded his lines for the story in the game before his passing, So what is the premise of the game going to be? Is it going to be him fighting Carnage? Is it going to be him fighting someone else? You know, and Najee Jeter, you know, this isn't a leak or a rumor or anything. Najee Jeter himself, our boy Miles, confirmed himself that they were going to make a Venom game, and they stopped because Tony Todd's passing. But then an insider, Jason Schreier, you know, well-known insider Jason Schreier, said that that's not true, and the game is still being made from Insomniac, currently in active development, and it was already teased to be made in GDC this year in March. So very recent that it was, teased again that it was being made. So I have no doubt that they're making it. I'm just wondering when it's going to release, and I'm hoping that the game will honor Tony Todd's legacy in the right way. And this version of Venom, which I've already gone on record, again, 5.5 hour long video essay talking about it. You'll never see any other person on YouTube ever make a video like that, other than, again, another person who I know, Always Nerdy, who does great retrospective videos on different Marvel games. But me breaking it down as much as I did, as thoroughly as I did, as passionately as I did, that's the best video I've ever made in my entire life. And that video highlights why Harry's Venom works so well in the context of both Peter and Miles' stories if you play the game in the right way. And I don't want them to switch that after everything that they've done with... Right here! You think that this would be more impactful? Look at what's happening right now. Norman's enraged, Harry's in a coma, and all of a sudden, yeah, let's bring in Eddie for the story? I don't fucking think so. I don't think so in the slightest. It makes no sense. Keep it with Harry. Keep it with this storyline. Keep it with these, especially how much we've grown to like Harry's character in the Insomniac games, with being able to hang out with him as Peter and MJ in the Coney Island mission and all these other missions in the game. Don't do Eddie. I don't want Eddie. I want Harry. I want him to come back. I want Graham Phillips to come back as well as Harry, because I think he did a great job as Harry in the game. And I think, I don't want to speak for him, but I feel like Tony Todd, because I was going to interview him, if you guys know, I posted this on social media. Tony and I DM'd each other, and he agreed to schedule an interview with me about him playing Venom in the game, and sadly we were never able to do it because of his illness. But he was devoted to continuing the story of Venom in the Insomniac universe as Harry as Venom, not as Eddie. He wanted to see this version of the character through, and he also said during Comic-Con, which I was in attendance for, that this was the most exciting voice-over journey he's ever done in his career, was this version of Venom. And I feel like to honor that and his legacy, they need to finish this storyline and see this story through with Harry redeeming himself as Venom, having a redemption arc, taking out Carnage, defeating Carnage in the Venom game, setting up Green Goblin as the main villain in Marvel's Spider-Man 3. Done deal. That makes perfect sense. The story is right there. It writes itself, and they should not backtrack from what they established in this game's ending.
Ooh, Evan, I got a great question for you. I don't know if you've answered this before. I don't know if you've already answered this in another video or whatever, but it just came to my mind, and I think it's very interesting to think about, especially in regards to a character like Venom, who I see as like a more mature, dark character given his nature. But do you think, I don't know if it would, I mean, do you think that the Venom game, if it were to be made, do you think it would still have that T rating, or do you think they could go for an M rating?
Great question. And I think it's interesting because this is the main Spider-Man franchise. Like, the Venom game would be still part of this Spider-Man franchise, which has all been T-rated. But, again, the reason, the goal with Wolverine, and they even said this back all the way, if you watch my videos, and I've made videos about this, so you've heard it here first, and I've been on this since day one. Marvel's Wolverine is rated M, but the reason why they wanted to make that game rated M is not only to do justice to the Wolverine character and how violent he is, but, again, if the game is successful, that would also kickstart now a new series of M-rated Marvel games. Whereas Spider-Man's T-rated, Marvel Rivals is T-rated, even though at some points it should be rated M, given the skins they have for those characters. My God. Blade is presumably T-rated, I think. We don't know anything about Blade yet, but I think Blade could be T-rated, or maybe M-rated. I don't know for right now, but Iron Man is more than likely going to be M-rated. I think also Marvel 1943 could be M-rated. But the majority of the Marvel games that have released thus far, Guardians of the Galaxy, Avengers, Spider-Man, Rivals, Capcom, and Tokon are all
Suns.
T-rated. Midnight
You
Suns.
think
Wait,
Iron Man? You
I
think
forget.
Iron
Wait,
Man could be M-rated?
was Midnight Suns M-rated or T-rated? I forget.
T-rated.
T-rated.
That one was T-rated.
Interesting. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Even though it had a darker subject matter with demons and stuff, yeah, it was T-rated. But I think Wolverine is the best character to do for an M-rated Marvel game. And if that game does
It
well,
makes more sense.
and they're currently already, if the rumors are true to be believed, then Venom is already in development simultaneously alongside of Wolverine, then I think, especially considering all these Spider-Man games are T-rated, I think Venom more than likely is going to be T-rated. But they could push that T-rating like they did with Venom biting off Kraven's head, and you see his decapitated body in Times Square, that they don't cut away from that. They show that clearly, which is the sickest thing ever. And again, that's one of my favorite missions of all time in any video game, is that Venom mission. But I feel like, given the tone of the story, and even though Carnage could be the main villain, and Carnage is a very dark character, maybe that could be the tease of an M-rated Venom game. But we don't know it right now. We don't know for sure. But I'm curious to see what they could do for that. Absolutely.
Speaking of mature storytelling, what did you all think of Spider Noir?
I have not seen it. No spoilers, please.
Really liked it. I won't spoil it for you, but Nick Cage is just pure Nick Cage greatness. Story is great. Action was really cool for the budget they had for a TV series. Some of the swinging stuff looked really cool. Not a whole lot of it, but what they did with it was interesting. It was pretty much only like the first episode and the last episode with web swinging, and the black and white cinematography of it, and the visual coloring of either colored or not colored. Both versions of it looked incredible. Really, really well done.
Black and white was definitely the best version, hands down.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah. I was actually gonna, I was gonna mention it, but because we were all talking about many other things, I was gonna tell to Evan about the 5-hour long video essay that he did on Spider-Man 2.
Yes.
I was gonna talk about that, and first off, I want to say to Evan, that might be the greatest video you have ever done on your channel. By far.
Thank you so much.
I think if I were to choose between the Spider-Man 2 video as the canon way to play Spider-Man 2 or the story of Venom, the Venom video or the video essay video, between these two, I think I have to say the video essay video on Spider-Man 2, the canon way to play Spider-Man 2.
It's hard because they're so different, and one's so much longer too, but because I had to break down the whole story versus just Venom, so I would understand also why the video didn't do like millions of views, because it's 5.5 hours, so that's a lot to ask for people. But only the really dedicated fans would be watching that, like Ghosty, and thank you for saying that, because that video, all the people that gripe about Spider-Man 2, that video addresses every single issue, every single complaint that people have with the game, and just puts them, just like addresses it to say why that's not the case. Why? Yeah,
that reminds me. I've been meaning to ask you, Evan. What did you feel? The black. I wanted to know what your opinion was on this, but did you feel the black suit story arc was rushed, as some people try to say it was? I wanted to know what your thoughts were on that.
No, because again, the whole build-up with Peter getting the black suit. There's the main story missions that allow you to do that, but the brilliance of it being a video game is you get to choose which other side missions to do when Peter has the black suit and when he doesn't have it. And if you do, in my video, I break down which missions you should do as Peter while he's in the black suit, and not just when he's in the black suit, but after he becomes angry in the black suit, the dialogue changes with Peter. And that's why it's canon to play it that way, because that emphasizes the story arc of the symbiote and the rage that Peter's feeling and what he's going through in the story if you play the game in a certain way. Now, of course, I would want a 100-hour-long Black Suit Spider-Man storyline, obviously, but because it's my favorite storyline. But with Spider-Man and Venom and what they did with the game, and Miles in there as well, and you could also argue, like, well, the game would have been better without Miles because then they could just focus on the symbiote and all that and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But again, they're doing a Black Suit storyline you'd never seen before, with Miles being such a pivotal role in the story as well. So for me, I don't know if it's obviously like my favorite Black Suit storyline. Like it's one of my, I think my favorite Black Suit storyline obviously is either the classic one, from the comics / the 90s version, because that's just iconic, the 90s animated cartoon.
Yeah.
I'm also a really big fan of how the Spectacular Spider-Man did the Black Suit storyline. But they also have an issue there where they just see the symbiote, where both those have the issue of the symbiote just being an evil entity. It's not a organism that has no feeling. It is just a purely evil alien, which is also why I have issues with Spider-Man 3, because the symbiote is just purely evil. But this story is the first story in any really major form of Spider-Man media to tackle that the symbiote isn't evil. It's formed by its host, and the emotions that are fueled by the host. And Peter makes the symbiote angry because of him feeling guilty for Aunt May's death and anger for frustration for Harry dying and all that, and everything that he's going through in the game. So in terms of iconic, like the 90s cartoon made the Black Suit as iconic as it is with that storyline and the church scene and all that. Those are like staples of Spider-Man because of the 90s show doing what it did. And Spectacular Spider-Man did a great job of it as well, but they also had that issue where it was an evil alien symbiote. But for me, again, there's so much nuance and depth when you look at it, when you stop to look at it for Marvel Spider-Man 2. It's up there for me. It's definitely on my Mount Rushmore. I don't know if it's my personal favorite Black Suit storyline, because I also still view Eddie Brock as the OG Venom in comparison to Harry, and I love this version of Venom with Harry as Venom, but I still see Eddie as the main version of Venom. But the storyline with what they did with the Black Suit in this is really, 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 really well done if you look at it with more depth, which is what I did in that video essay, and anyone who hasn't seen it yet should definitely give it a watch, because I bring things up in that video that no other content creator has ever brought up talking about this game.
Oh, yeah. No,
also, I wanted to get your opinion on this, too, and I'm sure you're going to disagree. I imagine you're going to disagree with people on this, but did you think Peter was, as some people put it, nerfed into, or no?
No. Again, I bring all that up in my video essay of why that's not the case. And the people who say that just are saying, they're the same group of people who say the game is woke for having Haley Cooper be a playable character in the game for no reason, because they just are miserable individuals. But no, Peter was not nerfed, and there's an emotional and narrative reason why he's struggling in certain areas as Spider-Man. But for the most time, he is still fighting the enemies in a proper way. Like, he still beats them, just Miles coming in, but he defeats Scream. He, with the help of Miles, he still defeats Sandman. He defeats Lizard in the Black Suit, because that's the first time he's ever fought Lizard as big as he is with the Black Suit on, with his mutated form, his bigger form. And he beats Wraith, which, he does not beat Carnage because he outsmarts him with the train, but I'm sure, there's all those other moments in the game where he's beating his enemies. And yes, he was able to do more in the first game because that's Peter's game, and they have to balance Peter and Miles equally in the story, but I love what they did with Peter in this game regardless. And he would have killed Kraven if Miles didn't intervene. He still would have killed and beat Kraven with the symbiote, objectively, if Miles wasn't there, if he was still unconscious. But there's just a lot of stuff going on that people don't really seem to understand the story of Marvel Spider-Man 2 for whatever reason. But I think it works on all fronts.
One of the complaints I hear that annoys me so much is that it's right before the boss fight with Mary Jane as Scream, how people will complain about how the fridge freaking falls on him. And how that
exactly. Like, that's a nonsense complaint.
So much.
Yeah, that's a dumb complaint which makes no sense, especially since he throws it off of him 2 seconds later, and Mary Jane jumped in front of him to save him from the symbiote because she saw how scary Peter was with the Black Suit on, and she didn't want him to do that again. So she sacrifices herself to save Peter, and Peter got the wind knocked out of him because he was trying to reason with Harry, and it's his best friend, so he didn't want to fight Harry in the first place, which is why he wasn't prepared to dodge, because he didn't want to have to fight Harry while Mary Jane was right there. So he was also concerned for Mary Jane's safety, as well as Harry, and seeing him turn into Venom in front of himself for the second time. Like, he was knocked out with Harry, with the symbiote blowing him back in the Venom mission. This was the first time he saw Harry fully transform, like, right in front of his face as Venom. and he was almost like shocked like that, like, holy crap, my best friend is now a monster and I have to fight him, so I don't want to do this. And then all of a sudden MJ comes in to save Peter because she cares about him. So that's what, she cares about his well-being and his safety and all that. So whatever. People's complaints for Spider-Man 2, they're complaining about the wrong things, when if anything, they should have complained about my biggest gripe, which I've brought up in previous live streams, is that, yes, I get it. They have all these playable sequences with MJ and Haley, and I understand Haley being a playable character, making you more attached to her, just like how that's pretty much Miles' MJ mission.
But no Harry missions.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to say that. You get to do all of this stuff, but you can't play as Harry. You play as Venom, but I wanted to play as Harry, and the perfect sequence to have done it in is the sequence in the game when Peter visits Harry in the black suit, and why don't you pop some more pills and say what you're really feeling? That sequence, and then Peter goes to Norman's secret lab, where Peter leaves from Harry's little room in the penthouse. I wanted that sequence to be where you play as Harry, you feel his illness, you feel how sick he's getting, and you understand why he's so desperate to get the symbiote back, because he's literally on the verge of death. And that would have increased his rage towards Peter, and you, as the player, would have understood his rage much better because of being able to play as Harry when he was sick. And that would have been really cool, just walking in the penthouse as sick Harry, and then you get the contrast, the 180 of him going full-blown power rage as Venom in that mission. And that would have made that mission even better than it already is. So that's my big complaint, is there was no sequence where you could play as Harry Osborn, who is the main villain of Venom, who is the main marketing point of the game of Venom, and you don't get to play as Harry Osborn when he doesn't have the suit, but you do play as Haley and MJ. Which is, if I had to choose between playing as Haley or Harry, I would choose Harry any day of the week. Like, that's my big complaint for the game. So, don't worry, trust me, guys. I have complaints, and I bring them up in both my video essays, my Venom video essay and my Canon Way to Play Marvel Spider-Man 2 video essay. I bring up my issues, but there's far more good than there is bad of this game.
So, what you're saying is that if it was up to you, you would have won 100% giving more spotlight to Harry.
Yes, 100%.
And actually something I do agree with is that if I were to, because one of the collectibles in the game are the Spider-Bots, which I have to agree is my least favorite collectible side quest in the game. Like,
yes.
It's because it doesn't really add much to the narrative of Spider-Man 2. If I were to switch those with something else, I would have 100% switched those to something, which is actually something that you brought up in your Canon Way video, which is replace them with like something similar to what we saw in the Miles Morales game, where it was actually like memories or like mementos related to Peter and Harry's history.
Anything pertaining to their friendship and expanding upon that more, or anything. But that would be more important than random Spider-Verse fan service stuff, which, yes, it is cool to know canonically Marvel Spider-Man 2 takes place before Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, given the side mission and what happens there, which is cool. But would I want to do that just for a cool reference, an Easter egg, or have a more satisfying connection to Harry and the symbiote and that big part of the narrative instead? And I would choose that any day of the week. So, yes, I have a lot of issues. But again, Marvel Spider-Man 2 is still my game of the year 2023. They're clearly referencing a whole hell of a lot of it for frickin' Spider-Man Brand New Day. So they know how goated it is. Like the Brand New Day team knows how goated Insomniac Spider-Man is. They know how goated the stories are as well, because they've said time and time again that they love the characters and the stories from the games and the visual representation of Spider-Man and how he moves in the games as well. So even Kevin Feige himself acknowledged it. So they have the sauce. Insomniac has more sauce than MCU Spider-Man. I've said that since day one, and I'm still saying that now. And they've even proven that that's the case, so you can't argue with me anymore because I'm right, and I've been right since day one. But anyways, with all that said, everybody, and I know, Andrew, you may have questions, and Ghosty, you have too, but I'll talk to you guys a little bit afterwards. But we've been streaming for a little bit over 3 hours. We've shown a lot of gameplay of the Spider-Man Brand New Day suit. We just fought Venom. We just replayed the last mission of the game. We played a lot of missions in the game in the Brand New Day suit and swinging around wearing the Marvel Tokon suit. Both suits look great. Both suits are very, very cool. They're both free as well. The update's available now. Go download it. Go play the game. And if you're replaying the game for the first time, replaying the game since your first time initially playing the game since launch, definitely make sure to watch my Canon Way to Play video essay, because if you want to replay the game, but you want to replay the game in the right way, then definitely make sure to watch that video essay. I break down all the story reasons of why everything is the way it is, the whole narrative between Peter and Miles and the black suit story, and all that can be found in that video essay. It is a great video. I'm so proud of that video. It also recently just reached over 20,000 views and 1,000 likes, which that was my goal for me, because I knew that a 5.5 hour long video may not get the big views that I want, million view level status, but that was the goal that I actually set for myself, that at the very least, if this video gets 1,000 likes and 20,000+ views, I will be satisfied, and it did. It recently got that like a week ago, I believe. It's now at 21,000 views, and it has recently increased now that the brand new day suit and the Tokon suit have been added into the game. So thank you all so much for watching the video, if you did watch the video, and if not, definitely go check it out, because it's a great video. It's my best video I've ever made. It's my personal favorite video I've ever made. And, side note, I wanted to stream this earlier for Spider-Man Brand New Day and Marvel Tokon with the suits, because the suits came out at 1 a.m. today in the morning. I wanted to stream it earlier, but I actually had a Zoom call with someone from Disney because of my connections from the Disney College program. I connected with someone there, and he was super nice, and we connected already last year when I was at Disney in Florida, but I reached out to him again to just see if I could talk to him, and we talked again, and he said he watched the whole video of my video essay, and he thought it was the greatest thing he's ever seen. So, already, vouch from someone from Disney who saw the video, was blown away by it, and can vouch for me personally and professionally. So that's all the stamp of approval you need, guys. And again, just watch the video. You will definitely be blown away with the amount of detail that Insomniac added in Marvel Spider-Man 2. Then you can already see from the amount of love and care they put into the characters and the story and everything. But yeah, to answer your question, Andrew, I love the game story. I don't think the Black Suit arc was rushed. I obviously wanted more of it, but I think in terms of rushed, I don't think so, because if you play the side missions, you get more time with Peter in the black suit to expand that part of the story if you do it while he's wearing the symbiote, and I think it works out really, really well for the context of the game and what it does for the tone of the story and the characters. So that's all I got for you guys today. Live stream complete. Talked about Spider-Man Brand New Day, showcased the Tokon suit and the Brand New Day suit. Updates out now. I personally am going to be seeing Spider-Man Brand New Day on July 30th. Again, my dad sadly will not be able to watch the movie with me because he is out of town. He's not around right now, so I'm going to be seeing it solo. I'm going to be like Peter Parker. I'm all alone, seeing the movie by myself. So we'll see how I feel about the movie. I'll also do probably just an on-camera review about the movie. I'm not going to do a big edited video essay style review of the movie. I'm just going to record my thoughts probably after I finish seeing the movie, maybe on the 31st or the 30th, depending, because I see it on the 30th at 1 p.m. So by the time I'm done, it might be around 4 p.m. when I get back home. So we'll see if I have enough time to make a video about the movie as a review on that day, and it could be uploaded the very next day or maybe on August 1st. We shall see. But you get to play Marvel Spider-Man 2 in the meantime. And again, also, this will not be my last live stream happening soon, because we also know that Marvel Rivals is adding a lot of MCU suits to the game. They're also specifically adding the Spider-Man Brand New Day suit for the game, and Hulk and Scarlet Witch and Winter Soldier. And I don't play Hulk a lot. I also don't play Winter Soldier a lot, but I have higher Lord status on Spider-Man and Scarlet Witch. So I will definitely play Marvel Rivals to play Spider-Man in the new Brand New Day suit. I'll also showcase the suit in a live stream. And if you guys want, we can also play some matches of Marvel Rivals as well. Wow, see, Sharian Sharstick says, I think that Spider-Man Brand New Day will be the best Spider-Man movie ever made, even better than Across the Spider-Verse. That's a big ask. I don't know if it's going to reach that. I've said that earlier. I don't know if it's going to be on that level for me. I don't even think I talked about my top 5 Spider-Man movies. I think we talked about my suits and all my Mount Rushmore of Spider-Man suits for live action in the comics, but I don't think I ranked Spider-Man movies. I think
I already know what your number 1 is.
Well, what? Guess. I think I may have said it, but guess. You may have heard me say
I'm going to say, No. Oh wait, yes. That's what I thought it was gonna be. Unless your opinion has changed, but I doubt it.
Wait, you think my number one favorite Spider-Man movie is
Spider-Man 2002.
correct?
The first Raimi film.
Correct, yes. First, Tobey Maguire, Sam Raimi, Spider-Man 2002 is my personal favorite Spider-Man movie of all time. It checks all the boxes. The story is phenomenal. The acting is great. I also I love the relationship between Peter and MJ in that film the most out of all the other Raimi movies because she was very, very inconsiderate in Spider-Man 2. And Spider-Man 3, you know, that's the whole issue where she's complaining all the time about getting fired from the play and all that.
Yeah.
Even though there's a sympathetic part to that, but I just think that the way that she was portrayed in the first movie is so meaningful. That conversation between MJ and Peter in the hospital alone is one of my favorite Spider-Man scenes, I think, of all time. That movie is perfect for me.
In the first movie,
yeah.
she was also a redhead, whereas in the sequel, she's got, like, ginger hair.
Less
like,
redhead, yeah.
there?
I don't know what happened to her hair. Yeah, what happened on that front, I have no clue. But, yeah, Spider-Man 1, 2002, favorite Spider-Man movie of all time. I don't think Brand New Day will change that. On top of that, we also have number 2. Now, you would think Spider-Man 2 would be number 1 or number 2 because of how much I love that movie. And I do, but I just think recently, and I've talked about in my video breaking down Spider-Verse and everything, and trust me, it's not just because that Insomniac Spider-Man is in the movies, even though that's sick that he's in there, but the theme and the story that what they do with Miles and his narrative in the Spider-Verse movies is so compelling. But I have an issue with Into the Spider-Verse, and that's the villain, because Kingpin is the villain of Into the Spider-Verse, and yes, he has a sympathetic backstory and a reason for why he's exploding the multiverse and all that and wants to get his family back. But what I like in a Spider-Verse movie is multiple Spider people interacting with each other, and the big reason is what it means to be Spider-Man. They have different ideas and methodologies of what the deeper narrative meaning is behind being Spider-Man as a hero. And Across the Spider-Verse nails that in every single way imaginable. The conversations between Miles and Gwen, and also, of course, the huge fight between Miguel and Miles as well on the train is insane. The personal moments hit so hard. The soundtrack is insane. I liked the soundtrack for Into the Spider-Verse. You know, What's Up Danger and all those memorable songs. I think Across the Spider-Verse beats it. The self-love, like the Gwen opening prologue, you know, in her universe and all that. With that music, like self-love, I can't sing that, but you know, like that music of her universe is so incredible. That opening montage, you know, her montage in her universe, her fighting the Vulture with Miguel, her relationship with her dad also as well is so good, and the Spot being like not only a hilarious origin story, but also such a big threat, and I can't wait to see Beyond the Spider-Verse. I don't know how in the world they're going to top Across the Spider-Verse, but I think if Beyond the Spider-Verse is at the very least good, then the Spider-Verse trilogy of movies is going to go down in history as one of the best comic book trilogies of all time. Comic book movie trilogies of all time the Spider-Verse movie. So yeah, number 1, Spider-Man 2002, Tobey Maguire, Spider-Man 1. Number 2, Across the Spider-Verse for me. And number 3 is Spider-Man 2. For no explanation needed. Spider-Man 2 is just a masterpiece in every way. I have the movie poster that I was actually gifted back in 2004 when my dad and I went to the theaters and saw the movie in theaters. It was like during the last week at the time the movie was in theaters. And as a way to celebrate the movie's final showing at the theater, back when they actually care about physical media, again, physical media being super important, the theater heads gifted me and my dad the movie poster of Spider-Man 2 because we saw the last showing of the movie before they removed it from movie theaters. And I have that movie poster still with me in storage. And it's an authentic, you know, huge, giant, you've seen in my prior videos back like years ago in the background of that movie poster from Spider-Man 2. And yeah, Alfred Molina, iconic. The tentacles, iconic. The train sequence, iconic. And just, again, just incredible action all the way through. And that movie embodies Spider-Man perfectly to a T. My favorite scene in that movie is a tie between the first fight between Otto in, you know, the bank and all that, and that whole sequence, or the sequence in the end, and also with Aunt May, the whole conversation with Aunt May as well, but also the end where, you know, it's my dream, you know, and he says that same line from Aunt May to Otto, like, sometimes we have to be steady and give up on our dreams, and that helps Otto come back to his senses and all that, and I thought it was fantastic. And I just have so many good memories from all the other pieces of media that came from those movies, with the Spider-Man movie tie-in games from Toby, and even Spider-Man 1, 2002, of course, again spawned the one and only MTV Neil Patrick Harris new animated series. It also spawned one of the most hilarious spoof movies of all time, with Superhero Movie being absolutely hilarious. And just the action in that movie alone, with, you know, Aunt May and Norman and Green Goblin and all that, and yeah, that final Green Goblin fight as well. There's a reason why they brought them back for No Way Home, and specifically why, which I said in my most recent Spidey Squad seminar, the whole reason Brand New Day exists is because of Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, is because Norman Osborn, Green Goblin, Sam Raimi's Green Goblin, killed Aunt May, and that she's gone, and she taught him with great power comes great responsibility, and that all exists because of Green Goblin being the menace that he was in Tobey's movie, and being the GOAT because he was the main villain of Tom Holland's movie. So it's crazy. So yeah, top 3 Spider-Man movies for me right now is Tobey's Spider-Man 1, Across the Spider-Verse, and Spider-Man 2. And for 4 and 5, I don't really know if, I guess number 4 would be Into the Spider-Verse, just because it's just like Across the Spider-Verse, but I like the villain more in Across and the story more in Across than Into, because I didn't really gel with Kingpin that much, but I love the story, and the animation of that is fantastic. And then number 5, probably The Amazing Spider-Man 1. I love Andrew. I love that first movie a lot. Yeah, and that suit again, and also the advanced suit from Spider-Man PS4 would not exist without the Amazing Spider-Man 1 movie suit. So I have to give credit where it's due for that costume. But with all of that said, everybody, that is the last of the ramblings. That is the last of the rants. And I think I just saw a quick question from someone about GTA 6. Evan, am I still excited for GTA 6 despite not having a physical release? Yeah, I'm shocked we haven't seen gameplay of it yet. But Rockstar cooks. I love Rockstar's games. I have no doubt they're going to cook with GTA 6. I'm not pre-ordering the game yet because I want to see gameplay of it first, but I'm excited to see what they do. But with all that said, everyone, that is going to conclude the stream, I think. We got the Tokon suit. We saw gameplay of it. We got the Brand New Day suit. We saw gameplay of that. We talked about Brand New Day. We're cautiously optimistic, pretty much, is the best way to describe my feelings about the movie. I'm going to see the movie in 2 days. I'll have a review of it up on the channel after I see it and let you guys know my thoughts, both non-spoiler and spoiler. And Spidey Mike, last question. Which has better writing, Spider-Man PS4 or Avengers Infinity War? Spider-Man PS4. I didn't even have to hesitate to think about that. Spider-Man PS4. Because that game, and again, sign up to my channel memberships to watch the Spidey Squad seminars because I talk about all this. Disney themselves have emphasized the financial and cultural impact that Spider-Man PS4 has had on the entertainment industry as a whole. And I learned about this during my time at the Disney College program. And I talked all about that in my Spidey Squad seminar. The characterization, the writing, the portrayal of Yuri Lowenthal's Peter Parker in that first game specifically changed the public eye's perception of Spider-Man forever. And there's a reason also why it's still the highest selling superhero game of all time. And no, it's not just because of the gameplay. It's also because of the story and the way on how they told Spider-Man's narrative in that game will never be matched. And as much as I'm looking forward to Marvel Spider-Man 3, I don't think it's going to reach that same level of quality from the first game in terms of the writing. But I can't wait to see Marvel Spider-Man 3. Marvel Spider-Man 3 is my most anticipated Spider-Man project of all time right now. Or not of all time, but just as it stands right now, my most excited Spider-Man project as it stands right now because of Insomniac being goats. But I can't wait for the game. Fingers crossed for Venom. I'm looking forward to Wolverine. But Spider-Man's my GOAT through and through, and I'm just happy he's back on the big screen in 2 days. 3 days. No? Yeah, 3 days. Publicly, worldwide in 3 days. And I can't wait. But with all that said, thank you so much to my one and only amazing legends of the Spidey Outcast and Ghosty, as well as my boy Stealth Gamer 026, a.k.a. Franco Greco, joining us during the live stream. We had a lot of fun talks, talking about the suits, the movies, the games, the shows. Superman even got a rant in there somehow. I don't know why, but really long take in there. But you guys know, if you know, you know about Superman. Whatever. not a big fan of James Gunn's Superman. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Stay
Really?
tuned again. Oh, Andrew, you have to watch that rant. If you missed, I did a whole rant during the stream about why I dislike James Gunn's Superman. Didn't do it for me at all. Anyways, not a fan. But I'm looking forward to Clayface. I'm looking forward to Clayface for the DCU next. But with all that said, stay tuned the next few days, everybody, for another live stream where I will be playing Marvel Rivals, talking about Spider-Man Brand New Day more in depth, because at that point I will have seen the movie. We're going to talk about spoilers, talk about the future of the MCU, talking about Avengers Doomsday as well, how it could potentially lead into Doomsday, and whether or not the Black Suit is in this damn movie. If it's in the movie, that'll be hype, and if it's not, then I might rant a bit about that a lot in the stream. But that'll be saved for July 31st, Friday. So stay tuned. But until then, huge thank you to my Spidey Squad members, all you guys in the chat, liking the video, sharing the video, hyping the video, being here, just staying tuned. You guys mean the world to me. Thank you all so much. And again, huge shout out to Spidey Outcast, Ghosty, and Franco Gecko for joining the stream. Thank you guys. You are the best.
Of course.
And definitely we'll try and do some more Marvel Rivals team-up chat stuff in the future to talk about the game and other stuff too, just in the chat, because this was a blast.
Yes.
Great. But until then, everybody,
for sure.
thank you all so much for watching. Leave a like. I got also more videos and shorts coming in the next coming days for both Marvel's Wolverine, Marvel Spider-Man 2, and even Marvel Tokon. So definitely look out for that. Make sure to like and hype up those as well, because those are going to be cool. But until then, thank you all so much for watching. Stay spectacular, Spidey fans, and peace out.
Peace.
Bye, everyone.